We're only 3 minutes late.
Woo.
We are connected to both. We are connected to both
I've
YouTube and Twitch. We are connected on both. We are live on both YouTube and Twitch, according to my system. Let me double check. Yes. We are connected to both. And yes.
The audio. There's the audio. Kill the audio. Good. I killed the audio. Good.
That's good. Hello, everyone. Now, we're joined by something even special because Dan is set on his computer and has turned his camera on, so he's now displaying in the corner.
Oh.
Which is good, because it means I don't look like I'm talking to voices in my head. But wave, Dan.
I hadn't anticipated that. I might shave. Or want a slightly less ancient and stained t-shirt.
It's okay. It's okay, Dan. The lighting isn't good enough to highlight it all.
There's people not complaining that you might get more attention than him.
Yeah.
Just a small thing. Runan, I think your update has there's an interesting thing happening in the chat. I am watching the chat though. Calm down. Stop it. You can't demand.
That is absolutely correct. The update is working out of the box with no testing. I'm a genius!
No, but
until
it's
it
saying
breaks.
at %sign target user %sign.
Yeah, that's because it's not grabbing the right user information because everybody uses different things. But the fact that it's actually tracking it and responding,
I need this
is fantastic. So I'll just have to figure out why it's not pulling the right data from the chat message, and we'll go from there. Okay, so questions are open. Remember, you are on a 90-second cooldown between submissions, so plan accordingly. If you do have a question, which is way the heck too long to fit into either YouTube or Twitch's chat window, and you are on Discord, at the moment, we'll try a ping-a-mod system. And we can sub your question, the full text of your question in once we get to your place in the queue. I'm going to be holding the queue open for 5 minutes and then closing it so that we are not here for 58 hours because, for better or worse, I have to go to work tomorrow. So, yeah.
In answer to the question about the Farragut mod, somehow a YouTube auto thing had managed to get it. How'd I put this? Get into the system, and instead of doing it every 30 minutes like I set it up, has done it like every 30 seconds. So I'm just fixing that. Thank you. In the future, if you do see a video where there are ads more than every 30 minutes, which is what it's supposed to be, and now I've set it to the standard, so it's set to every 30 minutes ads. Tell me. Just leave a comment, go, Alex, YouTube's gone nuts, because it means YouTube's overrode my settings.
This happens on a shockingly regular basis.
Yes, it does. Anyone who's involved in YouTube knows this happens on a disturbingly regular basis. You set up settings which go this, and they go, yes, now you set your settings, it will never change. It'll be fine. And then it changes it and doesn't do its settings. I know that you went into it, yeah, it's set to ads every 30 minutes. Look to the ad placement. They're every 30 seconds. Have no idea why.
Well, I guess it... Oh, steady on, Fleet. Don't knock the headset off.
I'm going to snipe this question out of the queue because I'm going to beat it over the head. Knight 174... The likelihood that there's going to be a Ford on the stocks after or before Trump dies, after Trump dies, the likelihood that we're still going to be producing Fords in that time frame is not great. It'll be the next class, and realistically, he will get one named after him.
Yes.
Most presidents do.
Yeah. Also, if you consider...
Well, that would be everyone's patriotic duty to commit terrorism against that ship.
No,
it will not.
Won't be.
Fleet.
It won't be. Fleet, don't even joke about that. That's not even that's not funny. That's. Although he was. Let's be honest, he is 78. So, let's be
Hopefully
honest.
he dies before we actually.
Actually, considering at the pace of construction they have of the carriers, it could be the last Ford. If they build the same number of Fords as they built the Nimitz, because if you consider how long the Nimitz class has been under construction,
Yeah, they're definitely gonna have to.
it could be a Ford.
Fleet, that's just it's a fully stated that's deeply out of line, especially given the history of the recent history with the U.S. Navy and that type of thing.
Well, yeah, that's not even a joking thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry to call you out for it, but at the same time, especially given that I do technically work for the government.
What we just need to hope is that whoever follows Trump into power takes the opportunity to push through the commissioning of another ship using the name before it can be used for that. Ideally, a garbage scow.
There we go. That's the way.
See, that's how you get around without getting into trouble and getting issues. You know.
Yeah.
And having my employer come and talk to me about it. So what's going on with this?
In a nicest way, whilst I agree, I can see where you're coming from, and I can agree that contentious presents are always going to be a bit of an issue. There is also a part of me which likes the idea of deploying the USS Trump. Because
you could call it your
you can
Trump
say
card.
we are playing our Trump carrier.
Oh,
I hate
like
that.
No,
we are going to Trump you. It just has so many memes which write itself as a ship.
yes, I mean it does. But again, having a ship named after that man.
But the thing is, if you're on a different side of if you're a different position in the political spectrum, you might have a similar view about naming ships after Obama or Clinton. But they're probably going to get ships named after them.
Yeah, but no, you can't even make that comparison. One is
those
decent politicians.
You can.
Fleet, as an American, you absolutely can. I've had conversations with these people. You absolutely can.
There are people. You always have to remember that for everyone who shares your opinion and has strings as strong as you, there's probably someone on the other side who has views as strongly on the other side. And the point about naming ships after, I think honestly, naming ships after elected heads of states actually is not actually a good idea because they're always going to be contentious.
Well, yeah, there is that as well. Which
and
is
Fleet, keep in mind that if you are, for the foreseeable future, naming any hull after Trump, is going to make it politically invincible to about half of the voting population. Do you want to be the administration that canceled USS Trump? Do you really want to deal with that?
No. And it's like there's going to be
one of those things.
It's like there'll be a USS Biden, there'll be a USS Obama, there'll be a USS Clinton, there'll be a USS George. I'm already looking at.
I mean, Jimmy's got to get his carrier first.
Huh?
Jimmy's got a
sub. So until the Seawolf is retired, Jimmy Carter has his name ship.
Jimmy Carter wanted a sub. He specifically requested not to have a carrier. He wanted a sub because he was a submarine man. He served on subs, so he didn't want a carrier. But George W. has got it. And you think about
HW will probably get it next once W is retired.
I just really want them to move away from presidents too recent. I think would just be better.
Yeah, with the polarization of US politics.
Well, the trouble is they do it in order, and that means you're always going to get to the recent ones, unless they manage to somehow surge construction so they catch up, in which case they'll go through the recent ones and start it from the beginning again.
I'd say go back to one. You know, USS King George III. I mean, what's wrong with that?
The fact is, they've had. Hang on, I'm just checking when's the Washington retired.
or they could have the Royal George. You know,
George Washington doesn't retire till, well, that's Nimitz number 6, so that's not going to be retired for a long time. Yeah, that's not going to be retiring for a long time.
or start using, or go through some of the other good carrier names that they've got from history that aren't, Lexington's, Saratoga, things like that.
The US Navy got into the same issue with the politics of the questions, the politics of the naming of ships, as Britain has. In the nicest way, you want to make names like Lexington and Saratoga, as illustrious as they are far politically weaker in terms of the funding race than ships named for a president. Because if you cancel a ship named for a president, you've immediately pissed off 50% of the country. Including people who never cared about a carrier construction. On either side of the debate. Because again, the same thing as you say about Trump, what happens if you cancel the USS Obama? It's the same. So, yeah, it's going to happen, and just... The thing is, it's honouring the office, whatever you use about, and honestly, there aren't many politicians I've actually liked over the last few ones, and I usually have reasons, because they don't live up to their promises. But the thing is, it doesn't matter. Either way, you're honouring the office. You're honouring the fact that people voted for that person to get the office.
You can't really say that about him,
you
though,
can,
given everything he's done.
And nicest... Did he win the election? Did he win the election?
Yes, but that was the incorrect choice.
No, did he win the election? Under the rules of the system, did he win the election? Then that's all that matters, Fleet. Because anytime you start doing that, well, yes, but there's Clinton as well, in the nicest way on that one.
Fleet, out of the 4 people in this voice call, I stand the most to lose under the incoming administration in every category.
Yes.
While there is
I'm surprised it's not you saying all this rather than me.
Because while the rumor mill has spun a great many things, no one's shown me a body. So, unfortunately...
I mean, Stormy Daniels' body is available to be viewed online.
Yeah, but that was enough of a complicated issue that, frankly, as much as I felt it became a very political issue, it was, moving now fast well beyond naval history.
Yes, but essentially, this is what the polls shows. Whether the polls did so with the full deck of information or not is irrelevant, because that's what they chose. The voters made their decisions based on the information they felt was needed. Do I like that decision? No. Do I think we're going to regret that decision? Yes. Is it the decision that was made and the one that I have to abide by? Yes. Moving on swiftly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's try and enable the history question rather than enable future question.
Go on, Karen.
See what you did? You see what you did? Now you opened the can of worms. Don't do that.
Well, I jumped it, so I
nicest way we did a Linus Tech Tips. We dealt with it at the head of the. We dealt with it at the head, so now we can get into everything else.
Yeah.
Cameron, given how far flung the RN has been stationed over the centuries, how influential do you think the RN has been on UK food tastes? Well, apparently y'all are real fond of curry.
Incredibly influential. I think there's like half the foods, when you start walking down a high street, when you start looking up the history of those foods in the UK, they were brought back by the Royal Navy in some way, shape or form first. Curry especially.
Well, and you think but also it was things like it was also the merchant navy.
Oh yeah.
And setting up, all of the Lascars and you had, oh god, was it? It was people from East Africa. I can't remember quite which bit. Who there's a quite big grouping of them, I think, in Bristol for ages before kind of most of the move of people to the UK like that, of kind of major black waves of migration to the UK.
Yeah.
Got the Chinese on board a lot of ships.
Well,
yeah.
Seneca, the interesting thing about the UK was the people often use that quote that the UK conquered the world for spices, and then decide not to use any. That's not quite right. In fact, if you look at the history of it, one of the reasons the UK's always had quite good food quality. It's always been because of its size, because of its relative communications, communications, and the relative population, and the quality of the farming. Is you always had quite good food quality. So usually it's got control of the spice trade to sell to other people, because that's where you get the money. Because the British would rather have the money. One of the interesting things was, and I had this discussion with a French chef once, who said, they are a very proud Frenchmen. The reason the France created all the wonderful sauces they did was to cover up the flavours of the meat. The reason the British only created gravy was because their meat tasted good enough to eat. And when you have someone who is a very proud Frenchman telling you that, I think that rather sums it up. And a very proud and very skilled French chef. A very skilled French chef. He's head chef in a major hotel in Paris right now.
We did, and in fact, so I mean, one of the classic things around Christmas is mince pies.
Yeah.
Which have gone from being kind of a luxury mince meat of actual meat.
Yeah.
With some kind of spices, and because what they mean by spices isn't just what we think of as spices now, like in terms of chili or Tabasco sauce or something like that. It was everything kind of that you use for flavoring. So
coriander, parsley, sugar.
Yeah. So it was the sweetening, and then you've basically stopped bothering to put the meat in, and it's now just all the dried fruit in kind of a sticky, jammy stuff.
And again, there's a reason why all that stuff turns up at Christmas and cinema stuff, because that's when you've had to preserve the stuff for longest to actually and still have a good meal and make it taste nice. So there's a reason why, if you look at the British food, if you look at our summer food, it's often described as clean and fresh and very, very plain, because it can be. And then the traditional winter foods are far more heavily spiced and far more flavoured, because that was when sugar, Birmingham boy, sugar was part of the spice trade.
Yeah,
absolutely.
That was one of the things. Sugar might not be spice, but it's part of the spice trade.
Mm-hmm.
It's also a preservative.
Yeah, and like salt. Salt is again. That's the other thing. Sometimes you using the Royal Navy. They were often using the seasonings they could get hold of to flavour salted beef and salted pork, because they would have huge barrels full of salted beef and salted pork for their because that was how they preserved it. Kept it cold below the waterline in the cold store, and was heavily salted.
Yep. That's about the long and the short of it.
Yeah. And this is before you had sugar beet, of course.
Oh, yes.
So it was all sugar.
And also, sugar has the unique property of being close and addictive properties as cocaine. So people really want to get a hold of it when they can, because it's a nice, densely packed source of calories.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it makes lizard brain go, yeah.
Only thing more addictive than sugar on that scale is coffee.
Oh,
Caffeine.
Oh god, that's funny. Oh, we have fun, I think.
We do. What would World War I look like if Gallipoli had succeeded and captured Dardanelles? I've done a video on this. But basically,
you've done a video of it, yeah.
Yeah, but basically, the short answer is you can resupply Russia. So, whilst Russia probably still has the first revolution, they might not have the second revolution. They might stay in the war to the end. And Germany's fighting a proper war on 2 fronts, which is bad for them.
You've actually done several. You've done one from 4 years ago.
Yeah.
There was one recently because I remember when I was listening to it, I was working on the animal
Dingus
filter.
so the whole spices to cover up spoiled food is at least overblown from what I've heard. It's not from a historian's perspective, and when you're talking about naval history. When you talk about naval history, it's really not. Not so much blown food as food that tastes of salt. By the time you see, this is the thing. The trouble is, we would take. Sometimes it's the definitions you use because today blown food would be definition of food's gone rotten. But what they'd be talking about is food which, by the point that you're about to eat it, tastes primarily of salt, like you're having a mouthful of salt, and so that's what the flavouring's for. So think of it. Don't think of it necessarily as spoiled food, as in it's gone off. Think of it as food which now tastes like you're just eating a mouthful of salt. And I hope that sort of explains it in what we're talking about. Because, again, this is a whole. It's an interesting stuff to get into, but yeah. But basically, if Gallipoli succeeded, the war is potentially shortened, and potentially to the point at which the Americans don't actually get a chance to get involved, because the Germans can't sustain both fronts if they're being supplied, and the Russians actually have decent ports and facilities. There's also the interesting thing that if it's just a Menshevik revolution, rather than a Bolshevik revolution, you end up with a very different Russia post-World War One, which well might be part of the global system, including taking part in the Treaty of Versailles, but also the Washington Naval Treaty. And that's going to have a lot of interesting effects.
Just looking at the chat, there's a request for a poodle treat, and a question about how did the various navies get over the dehydration caused by having too much salt.
Beer.
Rum.
Light beer.
No,
grog. Mostly it's grog.
Grog, beer,
which is watered down. It's to an extent watered down spirits and beer.
Yeah,
but it's enough to get you actually through the eating phase.
Yeah, but it's 1-2% alcohol because that's enough to have a decent antimicrobial effect without getting you drunk when you're doing things like climbing well, it might get you drunk enough that you will climb a mast in the middle of a storm to go and reef a sail, but not drunk enough that you're going to
immediately fall off and die.
Yeah.
It's not quite a diuretic, but it is. Let's put it this way: your body has to get used to it. But it's safer for you than drinking the water in its pure state, because the water is really not clean. The water really isn't clean.
It's closer to kind of putting the alcohol is there more in the same way you might have put chlorine in, or if you've ever put kind of water purification tablets into water you've got out of a stream. It's more like that than it is booze.
Yeah.
And fundamentally, you're not doing really fine manual labour, so...
No, you're usually okay. But even people who are doing fine manual labour normally were drinking this sort of that sort of drink, because again, we talk about the Navy drinking it all the time, but so did people back home. It was safer than drinking the water. It was safer. It was, considering the number of cholera epidemics, etc. you'd have, it was very rare. If you were anyone of any kind of earning potential, it'd be very rare that you'd be drinking water. Straight water.
Unless, certainly in any sort of urban environment. And because also the other thing was it also had a lot of calories in. So, because one thing I've heard about is that you had beer as a kind of broth almost, or like almost porridge, centuries if not millennia before you got bread as a way of using your wheat. And it's not that much of a diuretic. There's the whole thing about diuretics, it's you need to be. It's that you're certainly with beer, you're often drinking quite decent volumes that you might not be used to. When you have lots of coffee or something in the morning, you've been effectively fasting for quite a long time, so your body is relatively dry, which is why you don't immediately need to pee in the same way. And yeah, you need to be getting up to wine or spirits before you're having an issue with the diuretic, the kind of the drying out effect more than the hydration effect, really. It's that also, if you've drunk too much, you will then feel better if you drink lots of water. But again, that's a different mechanism from actually diuretic.
Yeah. And as Jonathan Moon just pointed out, Egyptian beer was basically liquefied bread.
Yeah.
Wayne's World of Science and Technology. Did you hear about the 3,300-year-old wreck found 100 kilometers from Israel? I have heard there's a wreck. There still seems to be a bit of intrigue going on.
Yeah. The problem with those sorts of things is they don't really like to announce it until they've properly kind of excavated and things to stop random people turning up and nicking bits. Yeah.
Basically, most of the wreck they found is storage jars. It was found by an oil and gas survey team, which is not unusual. These days, most of the stuff we find on the seabed is found by oil and gas survey teams, which is why the group who get most annoyed whenever the government announces that they're going to be stopping surveying or they're going to not grant licenses for survey are marine archaeologists and naval historians. Because we're basically going, look, you can grant the survey licenses. You don't have to actually grant drilling licenses. We just want our research paid for. We want them to pay for the frigging mapping. If you don't grant the licenses then to go and search for it, they won't do it.
Yes, and then we won't get to find the funny things. And
yes!
We want to find the funny things.
So please, just, it's not. I know there's the whole thing of you don't want to do this stuff, but that's fine. Grant the survey licenses still.
I now have visions of them going, look, we're looking for stuff that's way older than this. It's a 3,500-year-old wreck. Yes, I'm looking for liquefied dinosaurs.
Yep.
Technically, you're looking for liquefied dino trees.
Yeah. I normally think of that as coal.
Also, fun fact, because most oil is just naturally processed trees, there are apparently several strains of fungi that are the direct descendants of the fungi that initially evolved to digest cellulose that can't tell the difference between petroleum products and cellulose.
Oh,
and they're just like, weird tree. Cool.
Yeah.
So they could actually so there are some fungi that are actually pretty successful at breaking down polymers.
Hey!
Now, one of the interesting things I will say about this particular, and if people have watched my channel over the years, you'll notice, I have often been skeptical of the idea that ancient navigators just flitted from port to port and never went out of line of sight of land, because there are some spaces where, frankly, you can do it. You can do it pretty well. And Mediterranean is one of the ones where you can do it. Unless you are very, very silly, you're not going to end up in the major ocean. You can go outside of land, and they've said finding these jars proves it. But it also proves that all those accounts of Roman and Carthaginian and Greek fleets, which didn't hop along shore to shore, but did actually do some overnighting, that have been discounted because they must have been making things up, can now be safely put in the column of, you know what, when you do have about 250 different frigating sources saying the same thing, writing them all off as not understanding navigation might be stupid on our part.
Jonathan Moon, I have not had any stimulants today. I don't have the brain waves to deal with that meme. Good meme though. I like the meme.
Plastic dinos are made from real dinos.
Yes.
Potentially.
I've had these ones.
Answer that question, Stanley. Sorry about the middle 2 hours having 19 ads. I have no idea why. It's just YouTube being YouTube.
It is very much a case of YouTube being just that's the way.
I have set it up so it's auto, even when I'm live like this now, and it's supposed to do it every 30 minutes from when you join. So every 30 minutes from when you join, it will do a video, ad.
Ad break.
Ad break. It's supposed to do an ad break. I have set it to minimal. Minimal. So it's supposed to do 1 unskippable ad or 2 skippable ads. In theory, if the settings are following what they have allowed me to set it up as.
So expect ads at totally random intervals, exactly when you don't want them.
Yeah.
STE Kra, I can answer this very, very easily. It would stop at Napoleonic era and go no further. So whatever you see Nelson and his contemporaries fighting with, it goes no further than that.
You could be getting ironclads. You could still get to ironclads.
How do you smelt the iron?
Coke.
Charcoal.
You'd have to industrialize charcoal like crazy.
Yeah,
but they already were.
Basically, that's welcome to why Kent doesn't have any forests.
Welcome to why the lime pits were structured the way they were and where they were positioned in the UK.
Fair enough.
Pretty much that's what we were doing. We were. And welcome to the experiments which Q was originally partially founded to do, to work out what was the densest and quickest growing tree you could put so you could make it work out productively. Why to go get tree samples from around the world to find the best wood for all these various things.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Black Horse.
Horse. What would the outcome in the Pacific be in World War II if the aircraft carriers had been at Pearl Harbor or Japan attacked?
The outcome doesn't change. The war lasts a little bit longer.
Yeah.
And probably, in the nicest way, the Mediterranean might have to take a back seat for a bit. Because the Americans are probably begging the British to deploy their aircraft carriers to the Far East. And the Eastern Fleet, when it's set up, is probably going to have to take on more of the not just sit in the Indian Ocean and deal with the Japanese. If they come in the Indian Ocean, it's possibly going to have to go offensive to try and keep the Japanese attention. Because if you take out the carriers as well as the capital ships in Pearl Harbor, then the Americans are going to be in a very bad place. They'll still have a Yorktown wandering around, and I think possibly Lexington.
No, it was Saratoga that was away. Saratoga was in San Diego.
Yeah, Saratoga. Saratoga, and you'll have Saratoga, and you'll have probably Hornet. But you know you'll have to be probably the Royal Navy carriers will have to be called to take more part in the Pacific.
Mm-hmm.
As Steve Clarke's pointed out, charcoal was a major item of production from monasteries.
Carl von Gazenberg.
You might even actually... Could you use charcoal, do you think, to power ships?
Yes, but I'm not sure it's got the energy density to do long voyages, but you might get the steam, kind of the steam-assisted warships. So you could fight against the wind, but you wouldn't like cross the Atlantic on it. Unless
I'm thinking you'd end up with things like HMS Warrior. I'm thinking that's where you just sort of end up with.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of the modern world just wouldn't exist. I think about how important that there's a scene I was watching recently in a television program which came up when I was just flicking through, and it was basically this guy in Texas explaining the importance of oil to the modern world, and really it was the writing deserves an award because they're explaining just how important oil is and how important the fossil fuels are.
Yes, that is correct, but I would say that a lot of his figures are not quite correct. the importance of oil is right, but a lot of the figures are a little bit overblown.
Yes and no. It depends on the sources you're reading.
Okay. So if let's just say you turn off all the refineries in the world at a light switch, every single motor, everything that turns ceases.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. That's not the reason that it's more the levels it takes to. It's more his statements on how much it takes to put up that wind turbine that they're talking in front of.
But the thing is, the figures are accurate for putting up a wind turbine in that part of Texas. They're not accurate for putting up a wind turbine in the UK, and that's one of the problems. One of the problems you have with a lot of, I've had this discussion because I do a lot of work with green engineering and green sort of renewable electricity sources and those things. Is that and this causes the people who are making the case for the renewables the most trouble, is that people try to do one-size-fits-all solutions, and they try and put things up in places where they should never put them up. And the moment you start hearing an excessive amount of stuff like fossil fuels being used to set it up, that's because they're putting it up in a place they should never be setting it up in the first place.
Just as a data point for the ads, Bone Meal Boy has essentially said that he got ads, or they got ads in the first 15, 20 odd minutes of the live.
Oh, thank you, YouTube.
If not less. Because based on when he's contextualizing that discussion and the fact that we're only 36 minutes into the live, yeah, that was 10 minutes ago. So, yeah. Anywho. I'll pull up the next question. Carl von Gazenberg. Thank you for the flotillas video. So the siege of Belgrade in 1456 is a legit patron question now at Dr. Alexander Clarke, question mark.
Oh, you can do it, but luckily, you are very lucky with that one, because thanks to a friend of mine who came back and has given me a certain book. Let me go see if I can track it down. I'm actually a rather unique historian in my ability to actually answer these questions, because
Dr. Clarke knows things.
I have this. Published in. So basically, yeah, this is thanks to this is a lovely book which was published in Belgrade in 2021. So yeah, this is the thing. This is why I have friends all around the world and who know I love books. It's amazing how helpful it is. There aren't many British naval historians who can say they have that, but they have a book like that. 1991. Okay, let's get. Oh, we are.
We answered that one.
Yeah.
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
Come, Cameron. Would the World War I K-class submarine could it have been of use if it had been diesel-electric, not steam, given its crush depth? Yes.
Yeah.
That's a very simple answer. Yes. Lions, do you think it's possible to have a main battle gun, such as an 8-inch or larger, where gun B superfires over gun A and gun C superfires over gun B and A? That's basically Lancer class, Dido class. The thing is, and I've been having this question on and off over the last week, because there's been people commenting and asking some variations on this. It's not just the weight of the gun you're dealing with. It's also the energy it exerts when it fires. And if you think about that, if you're now raising the guns up 2 steps, what's that momentum going to be on terms of your ship? How much beam are you going to have to deal with to compensate for that? Where is the metacentric height going to be? Where is going to be the point center of gravity? Where are all these things? And how's that going to be affected? And honestly, my view is, whilst you could probably get over 8-inch gun, I'd say, maybe even with 9.2-inch gun, I'd say once you get much above cruiser level guns, I would say you could be in very big trouble very quickly in terms of the cost and complexity of achieving it versus the value it gives you.
There's also a lot of you're rarely going to be sitting with firing all of your gun turrets dead forward at very low elevation. So you're going to be elevating. You're going to be often angled out.
Yeah.
So it is less of a problem in real world naval situations than it is in World of Warships to have your kind of, if you're going to do something like an all forward arrangement or 3 turrets forward, to have them arranged, something like A, B up, and then C or Q or whatever you want to call it. Americans will probably number it.
Yeah.
Hey, we numbered it occasionally.
As is right and proper.
But letters are nicer. Just even just for the main ones, the big ones, on something, it's like A turret. It's better. B turret. I mean, I can accept for the 5 inches along the side or something. Got so many of them. It's like, which one's that? Number 27. Oh yes, we've got 20. Yeah.
Come in, number 27. Your time's up. I'm not going to ask you again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So basically, the problem is just the engineering issues. And Bomeo Boy has sent us a 2-parter. So do we have the second part for that?
I've got it. Yep.
Okay. Bomeo, what would have the consequences been for people involved in the construction, their historical legacies, if instead of the issues being caught before entering service, the Hunt class have been sent out on patrol and a few have been lost with most of their crews due to instability without ever seeing the enemy? They weren't that bad. It's going to sound strange, but their instability was not bad enough to sink them, but it would have been bad enough to make life on them extremely unpleasant and using their weapon systems virtually impossible. There's a fine margin of difference between those two, but that is the reality. So
it's not Japanese Fourth Fleet levels of
no.
bad.
It's there are issues here, and again, it's one of those things. It's the fact that there is a class for us to point to that had the problem. It's not surprising to me.
The surprise is kind of that it was only one class had it, and that's
and it was caught before they even actually went to sea.
Yeah, and it was caught relatively early, and then they found a fix incredibly quickly. So I find that pretty impressive in a lot of ways for the Allied construction. I mean, let's be honest, I'm not aware that the US really had any such problems with any of their ships. But that's because they'd hit the point where they were just about to, I think, with Wichita, and then kind of started de-escalating almost, or get it,
well,
or kind of
basically, the Americans have the luckiness in that most of their designs are pre-1941 designs that they've worked out under peacetime conditions. With the Hunt class, Britain was basically almost on a war footing. They had the Flower class worked out and were working out ordering that. They were working out the sloops, and then someone has a bright idea of escort destroyers. And the idea being you use a sloop hull, but you make them a destroyer command rather than a sloop, because they're going to be using those personnel. And you also, they're not going to be restricted in armament like a sloop is. But they weren't going to carry torpedoes, so hence the escort destroyer. And they basically have a whole thing, and they get them. And they push them through. But the thing is someone has a bright idea, but none of the senior people really have the time to oversee the project, so they hand it off to a relatively junior, relatively inexperienced team. And this is one of those things which caused me and my dad and DK Brown to have some of their arguments. My dad and DK Brown were great. They literally had argument. They were allowed to be as rude as anything about each other and would often have arguments, as I understand it, from my dad's side of it, and from what I knew from talking to other people who knew them. But anyone else rude about the other in their presence soon got shot down. They had a lot of professional respect for each other. And, DK Brown is pretty damning of the decision of the things that went into it, but it's also sort of to an extent of it's kind of good for him. He's kind of damning because he technically could have argued to be one of the people who should have possibly be paying attention. Leave that to one side. Now, when HMS Ambascada becomes a museum ship, are you visiting?
From Stephen Richards.
Oh, is that? Which one's that? Oh, that's the
Type 21. That's
yeah.
yeah, she's becoming a museum ship, isn't she? In she's going to be reserved in Glasgow. So yeah, I will. Ambuscade. If Ambuscade comes back to Glasgow, I'll be visiting.
Hey,
I will be visiting. Yeah. In the nicest way, I spend enough time. I visit Glasgow enough that I should. I can't really say no to visiting it.
It's a nice place. I just need to remember some of the trains. I don't like the Pendolino ones. They make me travel sick.
I thought they picked. I thought they fixed that problem.
It was a while ago.
I have a small problem with the Atlantic being in between me and the UK. Just a small little.
We keep telling you to get past that one.
We have pointed out that there is a solution to that, and we would encourage it. It would also get you further away from
yes, but the shaker of salt that I have in my hand has a greater net value than I do. So, yeah,
do you
money.
have any idea how poor we are in terms of people with really good quality kind of skills?
I still have to get my fat queer keister across the Atlantic, and with at least some of the gear that I don't want to leave behind, which will cost money. Anyway, Matthew Blarians, how do you think single-seat fighters would cope with controlling drone wingmen? If they're still the tip of the spear, very poorly. Unless they do some very, Apex Legends style system.
This is the interesting thing, because everyone keeps talking about how we can add in computer systems and they can do this. And so far, every single study which I've seen into it, which is been made available and I've been able to see, has come back in going, what it really needs is a 2-seat configured aircraft for this. You need the second person aboard. So it's interesting. I wouldn't be surprised if they do get there, but it depends on it. Basically, the big stumbling blocks are twofold. One, how much faith do you place in AI, in sort of a logarithmic, not AI. Let's be honest, it's more a logarithmic control aircraft in that kind of high intensity war zone, and or move beyond that one. How much are you prepared to have them base those wingmen? They're supplementarily controlled from a base facility or a ship somewhere further back.
Wow.
Because you either need the second person aboard, or you need to start becoming very creative about how they are controlled.
There you are. Okay. We're done.
Yeah, I'd say it. I mean, I honestly, I think the whole thing of so many of the aircraft going to single seat is an aberration and probably has been a mistake. And I think that with all of the stuff that needs to be done, having the second human in the cockpit is probably sensible. For doing all of the other things. And
well, the interesting question is when you have the discussions with people and they go, well, if we want to implement this with helicopters, that's far easier. Why? We have other people in the cockpit.
Yeah. So actually, the best aircraft for all of this may be the F-18F.
And the E-18G Super Growler. Yeah.
Well, because the G's got better wiring, kind of installed from the get-go. Because I think wasn't there something about the Australian F-18Fs or something that they went for the ones which had the wiring mods of the Growlers? I think.
So they could easily upgrade them later, yes.
Yeah, which would enable you to add more electronic stuff to do other things, like control your drones. I mean, it's just my worry is that the power consumption of all the computers may mean that the engines stop being able to actually, make the aircraft fly.
Oh.
Which also means, is there going to be? Could they fit another warm body into an F-35? With the next generation of them, and of the next iterations.
Carl von Gasberg, just a point about the S-70 Otniks. I think, as far as I know, the Russians have 2 of them. And an out-of-control S-70 was shot down by an Su-757 over Ukraine in October 2024, so they might even have less. So whilst they possibly do have a theoretical capability, they are experimental as... And I would also say, when you look at their control position as well, how they control from... I wouldn't be surprised if you find out those, whilst they might fly in wingman formation with a Su-57 at certain points, although looking at their general performance characteristics and speed and capabilities, be highly intriguing. I have a strong suspicion that they have some control from home going on.
I mean, the Su-57 is the only platform the Russians have that has the networking to even attempt.
Yeah.
That. Like, make no mistake, the Su-57 is less capable than its counterparts in China and the US, but it is still a 5th-gen fighter, if only for the fact it has better network capabilities than the aircraft that came before it.
Yes.
Don't forget that.
If nothing else, it is Russia's 5th generation of fighter, so you want to play semantics, and that works quite well.
It does work quite well. I have no doubt that the Su-57 does actually qualify as a 5th-gen.
Yeah, I know there's some people who go ahead, Fleet, and then I'll
it's basically down to a misunderstanding of why or what a 5th-gen is. Like, stealth is useful, but the main criteria for being a 5th-generation fighter is the ability to control the flow of information to the pilot, and basically it's information control and information use that really makes a 5th-gen what it is. Stealth is useful, but the thing is, an F-35 can shoot something that the pilot never even detected because it's automatically received the information from an AWACS 20 miles away without the pilot having to do anything. Basically, that's the... And the Su-57 gives the Russians a similar capability. Might not be as advanced, but it's definitely leagues ahead of anything else they've got.
Just to quickly answer Colin Cameron's question, there are no, as far as I know, there are no F-35 twin-seaters, even for training.
It just as there may be some who would caution me against this, but it's so ridiculous that I feel obligated to point it out. If 2 members of Chad or more get into a rousing debate, there is a certain amount of grace applied towards some interesting statements applied towards another member in chat. If you come in cold and start insulting other members of chat, I will ban you. Just putting that out there.
I think what Runon means to say is she will mute you first, give you a chime out, and if you come back and repeat it, then you're banned forever.
Yeah. I'll see you in the unban request.
Yeah. Because you have to remember, my little cousins are watching, and the rule is I didn't want to get killed, and I'm outnumbered by them. If they pick up bad language from my chat, I'm the one who suffers, not you. Personally and physically. There are a lot more of them than there are me.
And
he's not very good at running.
Pro tip:
Hey,
if you
I'm
want to be
faster than you.
if
I
you
went
want
for a slow run today.
Still faster.
Pro tip: if you want to be a troll, I recommend not using Twitch because Twitch has some excellent tooling.
One cannot simply troll in here. It just doesn't work, Chief.
Well, we require a higher status of troll.
Yeah, this basic bottom of the barrel stuff ain't gonna fly, Chief.
Now, here's some good trolling. So, difference in shore bombardment between an 8-inch and a 9.2 inch. Well, 9.2 inches is going to deliver more high explosive per shell.
Yeah. So the 9.2 inch. Sorry, I'm just getting up NavWebs because I do not have this information off the top of my head. I can remember that I think an 8-inch is normally a 256 pound projectile. 9.2. Bearing in mind we went and had a play with some of them.
Yeah.
They're very nice in Australia.
They let us play with a lot of artillery in Australia.
Yeah. So the 9.2.
Exactly, Rumsfeld. Sorry, just going to respond. Rumsfeld is always trolling regularly because Rumsfeld knows how much that winds up Runon. And just takes a good username. Carry on.
Yes.
Sorry.
So yeah, the 9.2 inch coastal gun, which had a 380 pound projectile with a 35.4 pound bursting charge, which for those of you who use sensible details, 172.4 kilo shell with 16.1 kilos of explosive love and things in it, and that was pretty much the same for kind of other similar 9.2 inch, which is 234 millimeter weapons. Again, the 8-inch 203 millimeter was 116.1 kilos with a 10 kilo bursting charge. So you've got 6 more kilos of boom, of just raw boom in there, which is not nothing.
No. And if you've got the same rate of fire, let's say you're both firing, both guns are firing 6 rounds a minute, that adds up. If you have 9 guns firing 6 rounds a minute,
yeah,
that 6 adds up because basically 9.2 is delivering 324 kilograms more explosive, or 0.3 tons more explosive a minute. And that doesn't sound like a long until you realise an average bombardment is about 5 minutes. So that's going to be a few tons more explosive from each individual ship.
Just to bother, took me away from the page. I was just going to look up quite how much boom is in a 16-inch shell, because
while you're looking that up, I'm just going to quickly answer Stay Krau's question. If Germany in some way, somehow managed to actually, through dark management, to complete Plan C fully, what would the American response be? Well, you've seen what the Americans built in World War II? That. Just...
Montana might actually get a ship named after it that hits the water and commissioned.
Actually, that's the thing. If USS Montana is a hard one to get out. It is.
Actually, you know what would probably happen? The U.S. Navy would panic. They would just order more Iowas without using the name Montana, develop the Montana design into the Longtana design. Then war would start. They would continue building Iowas or improved Iowas, and they would still never build the Montana because Montana is cursed to never exist.
Well, no, she does exist because there's SN794, but that's basically the first one.
I mean, they might.
There was also a Tennessee-class cruiser which was called Montana, but basically that was then called the Missoula when it was transferred to the reserve fleet. Then there's the USS Montana in 1913, the cargo ship which was sunk by a torpedo. And then there's the South Dakota class which got laid down but cancelled. And the Montana class which got cancelled. And yeah, finally they got a Virginia class.
I mean, I can see them. I could see them laying down a Montana or a Longtana, but I'm not sure it would actually hit the water ever, just because it is cursed. And yet, so the World War II US 16-inch, the 1900 fires 1,900-pound shell, which is 862 kilos, which has 153.6 pounds or 69.67 kilos of explosive D. So quite a lot of boom.
Mm-hmm.
That's about that's okay. I mean, I currently weigh about 85 kilos, but you know that's how much I should be weighing in just raw boom. That's quite a lot. Also, there's quite a lot for me.
I mean, Carl, anything that's worth 1 or 2 8-inch shells has to be worth at least 3 dozen. I'm just saying.
And also, as a rule, usually you do fire. You don't just fire one shell; you fire a full salvo to make sure you've destroyed the entire facility and everything around it, and you've made a point.
Yeah, shore bombardment is not one of those. It's a warning shot. It's more a.
If we're doing shore bombardment, you're going to remember it. They're going to put up a monument afterwards to the amount of high explosive that was used.
And a warning to not go idly walking around there to find the random 6, 8, and capital grade shells that are.
Shipper has looked it up for 1908, and they reckon it's 260 pounds per minute for 8-inch guns and 760 pounds per minute for a 9.2-inch gun. In 1908.
Yeah. Seneca Nero, I don't think the US Navy is allergic to naming ships after Montana. I think it's simply that it's
allergic to actually having ships named after Montana, which is why they currently have a boat named after Montana.
Yeah, it's a curse on the name. It's not a kind of a. It's not something the U.S. Navy has against it. It's something the universe has against it.
Yeah, it's somebody at some point performed a warp ritual. It went wrong, and now Montana is doomed to never have a ship.
They have a boat
named.
I suspect it is because they are. They still view themselves as the ultimate cowboy state, and it's
boat sounds like boot, so they don't want ships because ship sounds like something else.
You know what? I could believe that. Yeah. All right. Fair enough.
We step in boots. We step in boots, not ships.
Molly Madison, assuming the Italians are well aware of the true magnitude of their successes in Alexandria Harbor on 19 December 41, what would the follow-on operations have looked like by their Navy?
Not much different, because honestly, most of them are defined by trying to get fuel and trying to existing the operations they're trying to do. They're mostly supporting land forces and trying to deal with convoys, etc. They might try to be slightly more spirited and more aggressive, but there's not really much else. They're not going to be able to manage to suddenly organise a descent on Malta that actually stands a chance or anything like that at that point, because Malta's still Malta. It's still not a good place to try and invade.
Well, their issue is still that they have
Oh, yeah, okay.
not enough fuel, and the reality is also if they start sortying their capital ships or heavy cruisers and things more, the Royal Navy submarines will continue to go goody 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 goody.
I mean, the thing is, it's Malta and more sorties by the Italian Navy aren't really what you're looking at here. What you're looking at is going, okay, we're gonna move some very large convoys to Africa. We're gonna.
They haven't got the port capacity in North Africa.
Well, as larger convoys as they can physically send.
That's what they're doing.
And guarantee that they get there, because they won't have to worry about the British capital ships coming out. Yes, the submarines are still there, but you can't do anything about that beyond what they're already doing.
But they'd already.
The trouble is, then the submarines are going to have an absolute field day, because the thing about sending a larger convoy is if you don't have the escorts for it to deal with the submarines, you're just going to give the submarines targets.
I mean, if you're sending out the what's the word?
Battleship, heavy cruiser, light cruiser.
Thank you. Yes, basically the
Condottieri?
No, basically if you're using the battle fleet to escort the
They can do it about twice, and then they've run out of oil for everything.
Yeah,
that's the problem. And they can only send convoys of about 4 ships at a time, because they don't have the capacity to unload, and they don't want to leave stuff in harbour too long, because Tripoli throughout is too vulnerable to being bombed or might have mines dropped in the harbour. So they kind of try and have a very quick turnaround, but that is a really high tempo of operations, kind of going there, back, there, back, there, back, there, back, which knackers a lot of their escort force.
That's
and the other thing is there's they've already lost even by December 41, they've lost really quite a lot of their better transports have already been destroyed and sunk. Not all of them, but a fair chunk of them have been. And they have no pipeline replacing at all, and they have no depth with it. The pool of ships that kind of they use on all those convoy operations is shockingly tiny. It's like about the size of a big Atlantic convoy in total. You know, it's 50, 60 ships maybe.
So, on to the next one. Budgate 69. So, how do Renown or Repulse do at Sour Islands if one of them replaced the one HMAS Australia, which was allowed to be kept in the treaties? Basically, my view is, therefore, whichever one's being kept has been updated to what Renown was. So, updated to Renown's World War II's level. Because if it's Repulse or Renown, if they're kept by the Australians, they're going to want her to be upgraded to that level. They're going to have paid for that. So, let's say if they're kept in that sort of thing. Well, if you think about it, if you now have 1 battle cruiser, 6 heavy cruisers, 2 light cruisers, and 15 destroyers, and probably a very different scenario of who's in charge, or potentially a different scenario of who's in charge, if you've got that much, if you've got the battle cruiser added on, the Japanese are only bringing 5 heavy cruisers, 2 light cruisers, and a destroyer. Now, traditionally, they do rather well because of what they managed to do and the position they managed to get in and the way the forces are handling. if you have a battle cruiser there with the range of its guns versus especially an upgraded renowned class, vessel with radars and the other fire control systems it had, you could well have had the massacre be the other way round.
Yeah, because you're more likely, assuming that is then replacing the historical HMAS Australia,
which was their. Yeah.
I think there is more likely to be a Royal Navy Vice Admiral or a Royal Navy's Vice Admiral there, as well as a Rear Admiral. So you're more likely to have a clearer chain of command on the Allied side, even if the commander gets called away, but the commander is more likely to be calling everyone to come onto his battle cruiser on patrol rather than going to the landing ship, command ship. And
yes, because it's his flagship and it's set up as his flagship, and Lord help him, he's going to show off his flagship.
Yeah.
Because that's what Vice Admirals are like.
Kelly Turner is a Rear Admiral. And the other key thing about that is that the big difference at that stage between the Royal Navy and the US Navy is the experience, because at that stage you're talking is it September or is it August of 42? But the Royal Navies have been fighting very, very hard against very, very good opponents. Well, no, sorry, they've been fighting very, very hard against reasonable opponents in the form of the Germans for 2 years, and with the Italians, who are very good and have better kit, in the Mediterranean since June 1940.
Mm-hmm.
And you will have people who've served there, and you've got doctrine that is that bit better.
I don't think you would have a Royal Navy's any of the Navy's Vice Admiral at the time operate on the, and Turner points this out himself in his own summary of the thing, and I always remember it. There's going to be no Royal Navy Vice Admiral going around going, we have technological superiority and mental superiority over the enemy. That's not going to be a thing they're going to do at that point. There were some in the 1930s who believed that with the Japanese, but those ones who never sailed on the China station. And frankly, they weren't allowed. There weren't really any still left in the Navy by the time you get to World War II, not in active service. A couple of them, and one said, "Of course, there is one still in active service." Went, "Who?" He went, "Well, he's a convoy commodore," and I go, "That's not the same thing, is it?" Yes, he's retired from the Navy. He's coming back. He's a convoy commodore. A convoy commodore is very different than an admiral in the Royal Navy at this point in World War II.
Yeah, this is a gentleman who is leading a convoy across the Atlantic. He's
frankly,
not really
his views on the Japanese really don't matter to anyone.
And if by some miracle a Japanese submarine ends up in the Atlantic actually shooting things rather than transiting to German ports in France, then I think that's a very confused situation for everybody involved.
And to be fair, even then, the convoy commodore is going to have absolutely naught to do with it, because the person who's going to be in charge of dealing with that submarine is going to be the escort commander. The convoy commodore is there to keep the convoy together and keep the merchant ships on time and keep them going, and allow the escort commander to concentrate on doing what the escort commander needs to do. They are not there to run anything.
Question for me. Or me
yes.
First, I'm guessing. If the RN builds a new hospital ship, what name should it be? So we don't have. So the most famous British hospital ship is probably Britannic.
Yeah.
Which,
it's hard to beat what happened to her.
Which would also, I mean, in a lot of ways, I mean, I just think the modern thing, instead of just a hospital ship, I think you'd be better off having a multi-purpose, not automatically armed, maybe beyond self-defense, support ship that you could send out that would do the whole gamut of sort of emergency aid, sort of being
So,
able to go wherever.
Would you say it would be something like 100-bed medical complex? You know, something with a radiology suite, an emergency department, some surgical facilities, perhaps, and probably a resuscitation emergency area.
Yeah, stuff like that.
Basically, it's RFA Argus, which yeah.
It's a replacement for Argus, but I mean, the ideal would be to have it modular so that you could change the balance according to what you're going to use it for. So you could actually, if you're going to, say, the Caribbean, where you're more likely to need things like the command and control and some civil engineering stuff, set up stuff on land, including setting up a field hospital on land, you could also be doing, you could do that. So have the kind of the Absalom class modular decks, which you can just use for whatever. You could use them as hospital wards. You could plug in operating theatres, radiology units, or you can have bulldozers and lots of electrical cables so that you can actually get the power re-established and get the roads working again for an area so that people can actually get to the hospital, and you can rebuild ports or something.
And this is where I'm going to add a bit of interesting history to everyone, because
in which case, Britannic is a brilliant name because it will clearly say whose it is that's gone off to say hello and how can we help you.
It would, but the traditional name for the Royal Fleet Auxiliaries hospital ships has been Maine. They've had one in 1887, one in 1905, one launched from 1902, and one in 1924. Now, you might be going, Alex, hang on. These must be different ships. They are. Basically, the Royal Fleet Auxiliary gets whatever ship they manage to capture. They call it Maine, and that becomes their hospital ship. And it's Maine.
Yep.
There's some fun things.
Remember the
I would
name.
also point out that if I was going to be designing such a ship from a keel up or a stem to stern retrofit, I would put in an excessive amount of freshwater generation and electrical generation capability, as well as ample points along both flanks of the vessel in order to hook up utilities to it.
Yep.
Just so that you can pull up, if you have an area that, let's say, gets walloped by a major storm or maybe a tsunami, although I'm not quite certain how a tsunami interacts with keys. But, and I'm talking the civil engineering feature, not the geographical feature, that you can pull up alongside and put some ties, put some lines across to get water and power to the quayside and expand your facilities and your
normally tsunamis will batter everything around the keys and on the keys, but the keys themselves will usually be fine.
Yes,
also,
because the keys are usually built to withstand quite a lot of the sea anyway.
So okay, so the buildings are gone, the ships are all a wreck, the cranes are gone, all of the roads are ruined, but the piece of concrete's still here.
Yeah, because the piece of concrete is a giant, great big lump of concrete which is not going anywhere.
Steve, the sailors will ensure that this vessel has a portable brewery. We don't need to worry about that in the initial distance. The sailors will find a compartment that is being underutilized, and before you know it, there will be spirits being distilled in that compartment.
Yep.
No, not on a Royal Navy ship, because Royal Navy ships aren't dry, so you don't need to bother. That's the key thing. It's one of those. It's like the one of the duties of the surgeons during certainly the U.S. Civil War and lots of other wars. Always been a degree of gynecology.
Just very quickly, Knight, just to address what you've said in the chat there.
Quickly.
I know, very quickly. Nowhere is the whole human race is having a we're all having a demographic crisis. We're all suffering from not enough expansion of population. Well, no, to be more accurate, we're suffering from the fact that we're sort of reaching a sort of critical mass right now for what the planet can sustain.
That's not the case.
No,
we're going further. We're not.
No,
That's
We're
why I
nowhere-
said very
We're
quickly.
nowhere. We're not getting into this, but we're nowhere near critical mass of what the Earth can support.
I mean, you didn't let me give the second qualifying part of that statement,
Yes.
which was given the current geopolitical setup and the way in which human society is currently structured.
It's why we need
Even
more
then,
why
But
we
it's
need
not
more
just
migration
a,
in the
it's
UK.
not just a British thing though, Knight. It's worldwide.
No, it's not. It's mostly what has spent let's call it the period since World War II, being kind of the first world, or even sort of second, and kind of the big powers. It's those countries that are being hit by the demographic thing. There is still large kind of populations, still people are still having large families in a lot of what people seem to use things like global south. I mean, sorry, I hate generalizing like this, but those are the areas which are have large populations of young people who are willing to risk huge amount, death and all kinds of other stuff to try and get to places to work. Why we put them through such hellish things to do it when they just want to come and work, and we have jobs that need filling and have a demographic disaster turning up? I don't know. Because also, if they come from particularly obscure places, they will bring new cuisines to our high streets.
I require more cuisine.
Anyway,
that is true. I know, Karen.
From Dragon 2000, 1937, when each of the German Tier 10 ships from WoWs appears in Wilhelmshaven, what would the rest of the powers' reactions be, and how annoyed would be the German logistics team? The German logistics teams would either be very, very happy that they have something that might not need replacement parts for 15 days, or they would all commit mass uninstallation of their free trial of life at the fact that now they have to have another bespoke supply chain to support.
And the thing is, even worse is that none of those bespoke supply chains exist. Because these ships have appeared, and none of their supply chains exist. And it's 1937, which is worse than anything, because whilst they get these ships, they don't have the crew, they don't have anything to use them, and everyone else is going to be looking at them going, we're going to react. And the French reaction is probably in 1937, because if you consider the German army in 1937 versus the French army in 1937, the French can probably walk straight across the border and just go, we'd like those ships, please.
Yeah, here's the thing.
The French go, we'd like those ships. Would you like the Ruhr corridor back?
Yeah, this is basically...
it's a case of, you're not getting the Ruhr corridor, we'd like the ships back. We'd like the ships, please.
Yeah, this is the thing. It's basically a worse version of the scenario me and Dr. Clarke covered. Again, anything where a modern or ship from the technical quote-unquote future appears in Germany, and that can be as near future as something like the proposals for the H-39s or some of their other cruisers. The moment you start adding ships in significant numbers or significant size to the German arsenal, you really start running into problems.
Also,
Essentially, anything with the Axis powers in general, and Germany in particular, that is not handing them a fully self-contained industrial manufacturing system, doesn't help them.
No,
because
I just have visions of them all basically exploding as people try to figure out how to operate the incredibly high-pressure steam power plant.
Well, the machinery should be familiar. The machinery should be familiar to the Germans. It'll probably be evolved versions of what they currently operate.
Yes, but the trouble is, you and I both know about the German boilers. How the frigate have they evolved, and how are you going to learn how to use them?
And additionally, it is one thing to say, oh, I recognize this as a common design ancestry with, the boilers I'm used to working on. it's another thing to be like, yes, I can see that this is made by that company, and I can see how they got that, but I don't have the tech manuals. Like, okay, it's a 600 psi boiler. What's the torque spec on the flanges?
Yeah, and if I turn it this much, how much pressure can that other bit take, which I've generated here, on those settings? Because if I've got one of those digits wrong, then I'm going to be pumping it through a half-open valve, which suddenly means I've potentially doubled the pressure and things. And then, yeah, like I said, kablooey.
So you'd have to give the Germans the US Enterprise for a TV show, and only then would they win. Is that correct? You're trying really hard to make the Germans win World War II.
Essentially, you have to either give the Germans a fully functioning, self-supporting industrial base, or you have to give them an outside conflict problem. That's pretty much the only way you can get Germany to win in a conventional sense World War II.
Mm-hmm. You basically...
you have to so badly mangle history.
Yeah.
Well, you see, the thing is, the thing is, there's actually, because I've had this discussion with people, there is a path for them to win a war, but they have to wait, they have to hold off the fighting until the war in the Far East has started. And they have to hope that there's no alliance formed by Britain and America to deal with the war in the Far East. Because the moment Britain and America form an alliance against the Japanese, that means if Germany starts a war against France or in Europe, and Britain and America have to deal with that, they'll deal with that as a united force.
Yeah, what I would like to also point out is that, if any of you know who this YouTuber is, I think Possible History did a very good two-parter on why Germany can't win and what you actually have to change to even come close to it. So I would recommend go checking that out, because it's a very good, very thorough exploration of exactly how, even if you change things to help the Germans and do a lot of the stereotypical things people often talk about, you still don't really come close to even getting them in the ballpark for victory.
Because the Germans have a lot of issues which their luck and other nations' poor lack of preparation
the Battle of France
allows them to overwrite, which makes them look a lot stronger than they actually were. The Battle of France, the invasion of Norway. Honestly, the invasion of Norway is such a Hail Mary. If the Norwegians had used the radio rather than telegram to tell their personnel resist anyone trying to land, etc., the amount of German attacks which would have been turned into massacres. If the Narvik garrison had which they could have done at the time they were considering, if they announced it over radio, Narvik garrison would have been stood up. The Germans, when they tried to come ashore, would have had their troops massacred, because all the weapons would have been issued to the soldiers, and let's be honest, the Norwegian reservists and troops in that area are all the people who live in that area. They know that area like the back of their hands.
But also, they were a population whose, at the time, their hobbies were skiing and shooting, and it was still snowy everywhere.
Yes.
Actually, Dan, it was worse than that. That wasn't their hobby. That was how they put food on the table.
Yes.
Well, yeah.
For some of them.
Yeah. So
for the ones that didn't work in the iron ore industry, or even those ones who worked in the iron ore industry to an extent, yes.
Oh, so you mean the ones? So you had the choice of the people who are skilled.
So it's fun.
Arctic outdoorsmen.
It's a fun piece of
and then the people who have experience working in heavy manual labor involving explosive.
Yes.
Okay, is Discord playing up just for me, or is it playing up for everyone else as well? With
in what way? In what way?
Runon was going click, click, clicky.
Not for me.
Not for me.
She was fine for me.
Give me a second. I will.
I'll kick us over to the next one while you bonk it over the head.
Yeah.
I'm just going to grab a glass of water. I'm going to turn off my video.
You turn off your video for a second, and then I will log back in.
Michael Couch. Dr. Clarke thinks Agincourt would have had 18-inch guns. Drag says 15-inch triples. Which do you think would have been more effective in combat? Shell weight versus rate of fire?
Oh, 15-inch triples at that time period would have been far more effective, but 18-inch guns twins would have been the thing which would have. It's a deterrent. It's a thing about escalation, deterrence, and status.
Yeah.
And it's also an unspoken threat of, if you would like to continue playing this game, that's fine, but our next class of ships will be modeled off of Argent.
Yes.
Yep.
That's pretty much
So
it.
do you want to continue to escalate, or would you like to just say, yeah, good enough?
Yeah.
And carry on with your lives.
I'm going to say I think the
You notice how the video's back? He said he was going off video for a second, and the video's back very quickly.
I think he said he was going off video for a second. See.
Yeah. Water.
What is the spelling of Maine on that RFA hospital ship?
M-A-I-N-E. Yes, it is like the States, because, let's be honest, have a look at what happens in the War of 1812 and who ends up controlling Maine.
Are you saying that the Royal Navy is trolling its closest naval ally?
Of course
Yes!
Of course it is!
I feel like you're insulting the honor of the officers of the Royal Navy. Like, they would never do something like that.
Would never.
That would be tantamount to calling, to saying that a ship that has a flat top deck, a superstructure accrued off to one side, and all the capabilities of having aircraft land on and take off from that deck is not an aircraft carrier.
No, I mean, who could possibly make that claim? I mean, I just, it's one of those things you can't. I mean, no, surely
Also,
not.
We have an entire squadron of ships that are clearly not doing it. With such names as HMS Temeraire, HMS Ville de Paris, HMS President. We in no way would ever do that sort of thing to anyone. No. Also, I'm going to throw in a third option for the Agincourt, that somehow, through dark satanic rituals probably, the Vickers 14-inch salesman had managed to actually get a sale in the Royal Navy, and so she was actually going to have all the 14-inch guns. I'm making it up.
Dan, the one problem with your statement is that it implies that the Vickers 14-inch salesman rarely got to make a sale.
Their only real success was with the Japanese Navy.
And the Americans.
Mm.
They persuaded them of the value of the 14-inch.
Are you telling me we couldn't even make a 14-inch gun?
No, the US made their own 14-inch guns. It's just the Vickers salesman was one of
the Vickers were over there competing with the US companies and trying to sell their 14-inch gun, which was why the US companies then developed their own 14-inch gun.
Yeah, that's the...
Oh, thank God.
Anything you can do, we could do better. I could do anything better than you.
Yes, but it is thanks to the Vickers salesman and his work with mostly Tillman's committee trying to get the US Navy to go for a 14-inch gun. That is one of the reasons why the US Navy jumps from 12-inch to 14-inch rather than going to 13.5-inch or something else.
Ethan Yang, any thoughts on the Pan-European EPC/MMPC Corvette program?
I will be very intrigued to see what happens when it comes out, because it started off in, I think, 2018, and it's supposed to be started in commission from 2030. We've passed the design phase in 2021 and the secondary design phase in 2023, and I would by now be expecting to see some long-term contracts being awarded, but I haven't seen much. Nations involved include Italy, France, Greece, Spain, Denmark, Norway, Romania, Portugal, Croatia, and Ireland, of which 3 of those, the Portugal, Croatia, and Ireland, are observers. They're not even necessarily going to buy it, they're just observers in the program. Companies involved are, of course, Navitania, Navaris, Vincati, and Naval Group. So it's France, Italy, and Spain. And the fact is, whilst the Italians, French, Spanish, and to an extent the Greeks are expected users, I am. Denmark and Norway have suggested already that the design may or may not suit their needs. Because one of the interesting things, of course, is Denmark tends to build their own ships. So I think Denmark, especially, could well be part of it for the systems rather than for the ship design. So it could end up being more like the Horizon frigate project, which produced the Horizon frigate and Type 45 destroyer, where someone goes, well, I like the systems, but I don't like the hull. Because also, look at what Denmark uses their equivalent of this vessel for. It's going to be a successor to Nadra Rasmussen class, which means it goes and operates off Greenland and in the Arctic. Fleet, Dan,
I'm not saying a word.
Runon, I'm just going to ask you, to what extent is it usually that France, Spain, and Italy build their ships with the idea of operating off in the Arctic?
Very rarely.
Every single day, after all. I mean, the Mediterranean is a very rough sea that's completely hostile to all human life and actively trying to kill you on an hourly basis. It does leave the nicking of aircraft to the North Sea.
Okay, it's just, I think it's one of those things where they're producing a long-range patrol variant and a combat variant, and there's potential for a third variant as well. And I think, honestly, my suspicion is it's going to turn into a kind of like an F-35 project, where the systems are, broadly speaking, the programming and the sensors are the same, but everything else is very interesting and beneath it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Wouldn't surprise
Germany's
me at all.
not part of the program, Stekra. Germany's just not part of the program mode.
Germany is doing Germany things, which is unsurprising to anyone who knows the Germans.
And the Spanish, to an extent, people are looking at them and going, you're going to buy some Italian submarines next, maybe? Anyway, so we now got a question from RG. I have been made Admiral of Space Britain and of Fleet Space France, tasked with invading the Galactic Empire. What's your fleet composition and how many? How does it go? Fleet gets 6 Space Hosh, so I'm going to let Fleet start off because he's got part of his fleet already. I have to work out what my fleet is going to be.
Okay, so first things first, they need to define what a space host is. And for me personally...
Doctor, bring up a picture so people can see what a space host looks like.
And for me personally, there's not too much wrong with the design as it stands, but what I would like is double turrets. So what I mean by that is I would like the primary armament on top of the hull mirrored on the underside of the hull to give me full coverage in every direction. Obviously, we've got we can replace some of the anti-torpedo boat guns with weaponry for trying to defeat incoming missiles. But seeing as we're in Star Wars, that probably won't be something that we actually end up doing. So we will probably end up instead just tanking the hits on our shields, which is going to be a bit interesting. But hey ho. So I'm space, France. Well, if I've got the 6 Hoshes, what's the limit here? Where do we stop in terms of
Yeah, and I have my own take on what I would, simply because I think it would just completely flatline the Imperial Navy very quickly.
I mean, obviously, I'm going to bring as my
Night, Peter.
As my frigate
Take care,
equivalent.
Peter.
Yeah, my Hoshes will probably be built en masse as the equivalent to things like the Aquitens or things of that nature. So the Hoshes will be built en masse. For my capital units, I am bringing Leon class battleships, but again with the mirrored armament. So that's an awful lot of quad heavy turbo lasers banging away at whatever I'm annoyed at. There's also I'll bring some Mogadors along, again, probably as equivalent to gunboats in the Star Wars universe. By some, I mean a lot. And for carrier, I will probably take Bairn. And what I will do with her is I will basically say, okay, what we're going to do is we're going to have the flight deck no longer be the flight deck, it's just an upper hull structure, and we will open up the bow and stern for Star Wars style flight operations. Which she may actually not be terrible at.
No, she'll be terrible at it because she will be space burn.
A lot of the issues with her landing speed and ability to operate aircraft don't really apply in space.
No, in the same way that Space Hosh will be...
Actually, speaking of Space Hosh...
She's...
I have it.
Hosh isn't terrible.
I have Space Hosh.
Oh, do you? That's good.
I have Space Hosh.
Yeah, but yeah, as I say...
look at my artistic skills, how quickly I can produce such great art. Thanks to OpenArt AI.
That wasn't the picture I was looking for.
I haven't actually got the video playing at the moment.
It's a special thing.
That
honestly,
that looks better than real life Host. That actually makes Host good.
Yeah,
I didn't think that was possible. Probably because it looks nothing like Hosh. RG is updating his question with the limit is roughly Grand Fleet Jutland size, but be the first 24 planets are conquered. I'm going to take the role of the Americans here, and I'm going to take a well-rounded representative of the Great Grand Fleet at Jutland size sampling of the ships and their crew when Admiral Geary is getting ready to leave Alliance space to go back and investigate the Enigma race in the Lost Fleet series universe. I'm going to go Control-C, Control-V, and then bring it with me to Star Wars, where none of the ships are capable of handling relativistic combat, and scream past them at 40% of the speed of light, laughing all the way.
Mm-hmm.
But that looks intimidating. The Hosh is not supposed to look intimidating. It's supposed to look horrifying. Like a horrifying, malformed demon love child of a hotel.
Where are the guns? Where are the guns?
Of a hotel and a propane tank.
And it's also supposed to be surprisingly good at what it does. For what it looks like. Because remember, Hosh as a capital asset is not terrible. She's not a peer equivalent to something like the Royal Navy's Admiral class ironclads, but she is a competent and fairly effective capital asset for the French Navy.
I'm going to bet
sure,
Dr. Clarke takes Space Warspite and Space Renown, probably along with Space Ark Royal.
Oh, I think
Control-C, and just takes fleets of those.
I think we can do better than that, Dr. Clarke. Space Inflexible. 17-inch turbo lasers.
RG.
No, it's the machine spirit that needs to be replicated.
RG. You can't give me an open-ended question like that and then change it when I completely invalidate your fleet.
Yeah, you can't. That's not how it works. You can't go back on it. You can't do that.
Star Wars ships have incredible ECM. They engage at velocities relative to each other instead of kilometers per second or light seconds.
Yeah, because they tried that, and every time they try that, they just,
Doesn't make for good cinematics.
Well, no, it's not so much that. It's more the fact that they can't because neither side can hit each other because they can't detect each other or lock on because, again, ECM.
And
so they all just stopped bothering.
That's for their missile engagements. That's why they don't have the far more likely scenario of just lobbing hordes and hordes of missiles at each other, and instead have to close to gun range or use strike fighters to carry those weapons in close.
Yeah.
What they really need to do is combine Marvin the paranoid android with a missile, and then if you have a suicidal droid, it actually wouldn't mind being a missile. and
That's
it will
a
just
bit of
kind
a
of
morbid
go.
thought.
That's
So it
basically
doesn't.
what their missiles were, and let's be honest, that's also what their fighter aircraft were for some of them. And this is the British equivalent to the Hoche, what the British were building at roughly the same time as the Hoche.
Yeah, see how much better that looks? See how much more that ship excels at the presence mission? And I guess that's in an attempt to answer Bone Meal Boy's question.
Yeah, and
British-
that's
the
called
orange-
that's called HMS Rodney.
Yeah,
Yes.
she's
Now-
an admiral class,
Mhm.
and like I say, like she will clean Hosh's chronometer 9 times out of 10. But like I say, the admirals are, by some metrics, some of the best ironclads ever built.
Armed with 4 13.5-inch guns, 6 6-inch guns, 12 6-pounders, 4 above-water torpedo tubes, with an 18-inch thick belt.
Yeah, yeah. This is what I mean. The Rodneys are, by some considerable metric, arguably the best ironclads that are actually definitely ironclads ever built.
Yeah.
Matthew Blairins, given the passage in time since World War II, should navies undergo another classification renaming as they did in the 19th century?
That won't happen without a war. It's going to be a war that drives the total reevaluation of what we call ships.
I think we answered that one.
I think.
Also keep
Was Bone Meal Boy's question about what was the RN's version of the Hoche more about a ship that only a fleet could love?
and in this case,
Well,
we
that's,
mean only
that's
a fleet
HMS
of
Captain
ocean.
then.
No,
She's a bad ship.
Yeah,
Captain is a bad ship, but she doesn't look as particularly hideous.
yeah. Honestly,
We see that
my-
thing. Hoche looks hideous, but Hoche looks hideous and is a bad ship. Captain is a terrible
Yeah.
ship, but looks okay.
Well,
I think
Hoche is, like I say, Hoche isn't a bad ship. She's just not.
Have you
best
read the
thing
reports
since
about
sliced bread.
people who tried to sail her and command her and what their view of her sailing characteristics were? I was in
I'm
her
aware.
her seafaring characteristics.
Oh no, I'm aware. I'm aware.
I don't think
but,
there's. I think you keep calling her a good. She was a good ship. No, she wasn't.
No.
She tossed around like a cork in a I don't know, in a tsunami. She was fun.
Hold on, just a minute. I never said she was good. I said she was not completely terrible.
You said she
big
was
difference.
perfectly adequate for the French's needs and capabilities at the time.
Considering she was better than anything else they possessed at that point, yes.
Because they
Although-
possessed Beijing nothing.
Although, to be fair, you don't really see the true success of that design style until you get the three half-sisters, the Marceaus. They really take the concept that Hoche is going for and really run with it.
The LCSs actually have reasonably decent seakeeping capabilities when they're not shredding their driveline.
Or
But in
shredding their own
regard-
hull because they haven't got sacrificial anodes.
Yeah.
But on to Tana Velica's question. The Sea Slug was used for anything but ballast in the starting of Seagull. It was quite useful when it came into service and when it was conceived. It was quickly outpaced by technology and events.
That's the real rub of missile development in the 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s. For those decades, you've basically got a massive, almost just it's not a marathon, it's a sprint. And if you are not up with the sprint, you are gonna get left behind incredibly quickly.
Molly Madison, I think the Italians certainly had something they were doing with submarines and trying to recover downed airmen when they could. For the Japanese,
We need to recover our downed airmen and save our air crews to maintain institutional knowledge.
No, say it ain't
How
so. It can't
dishonorable.
be.
yeah, I can't remember reading anything about it. But that doesn't mean I didn't have anything. I just haven't read anything about it as far as I know. Know. So that's what I'm going to say because it seems like something they should have had something of. But
That
there
came
again, they have a slightly different policy towards their survivability, their crews, than the other services that you listed did.
That came up in one of the recent things by with on the unofficial history of the Pacific War podcast YouTube video, where they had John Marshall, who was pointing out that no, they didn't. The Japanese didn't really have anything because it was comparing and contrasting the flight into darkness, I think it was, and the efforts they did to pick up all the people after that and things.
Yeah.
That the Japanese just wouldn't have bothered and just didn't understand the concept. But then what they failed to mention was the thing where, whilst the US would send a destroyer or submarines or whatever to go and pick up downed airmen and things and put them at risk, didn't Bean take his whole fleet?
Yes. But that was because someone told him that it was too dangerous for his destroyers to go, as they were unsupported. So he took the whole fleet. Well, basically, no. He took the carriers, and the battleships were following on, going, "We're supposed to be protecting you!" What? And the commander of the battleships was going, "Vian! Vian! Vian! Vian!" on the radio, probably.
Just constant screaming. Loud British naval screaming intensifies.
Basically,
Anyway,
Vice Admiral,
I've seen one of
another Vice Admiral who's technically his junior going, "Vian, you're not supposed to be doing this," and Vian going, "I can't hear you, sir. The Vice Admiral is flashing lights at us. Really? It must be Christmas early. Carry on."
anyway,
The escort is
Black
formed
Horse.
up around us, sir. Good.
anyway.
Very nice.
Black Horse asks, "What happens if the Britannic was able to receive messages after she hit a mine? Would she survive?"
Problem is, once she hits the mine, you've pretty much had it.
No.
No.
Been over this several times, she but hadn't.
If you get additional, just basically, if you get additional pumping onto the ship, you can at least limp the ship enough.
If she knows that there is someone coming to assist her, then she might, well, instead of trying to make the run ashore to try and get herself ashore to safety, and those things which pushes more water into it, etc., and all those things, they might actually do a settle in place and wait for the ships to come to assist them.
Yeah, well, the more you know. That's news.
But I did an entire video about her sinking, and basically, because of the way she'd been lined up, the really big factor in her is as more water comes in, because she's trying to race ashore so she can ram herself ashore so she won't sink.
She's basically dooming herself by running ashore.
She's taking some water in, but it gets worse once it reaches she gets low enough that the nurses have left the portholes open on the wards.
Oh, no.
And the water rushes in. So basically, it's a case of she's got the damage, but she can survive that. She's running in, but she can survive that. But then you add on the portholes, and it's
someone.
And it's
just the windows open.
It's just error after error after error builds up.
Also, too, Knight. Also yes, Knight, but mainly Fleet was who I mentioned. Sorry. If you have the crew focusing on keeping the patients okay and watertight integrity, it's more likely that somebody might notice that the bow portholes are open and close them. Additionally,
they didn't have patients. That was one of the trouble. They didn't have patients, so no one was actually in the wards. The portholes have been opened by nurses to keep them hygienic, but they didn't actually have any patients in there. So there's no one in there to close them when they hit trouble.
I will somewhat stand by my statement on that one.
Mm-hmm.
Somewhat, not a lot, but a little bit. If you have yeomen or whatever scuttling around the ship trying to make sure that everything is as sealed up as tight as they can humanly get it.
Yeah.
The nursing essentially to clean and tidy everything is a truly amazing thing.
Essentially, with Britannic, based on what the doctor's video was, you have the captain has to make the decision of, do I increase my sink rate but possibly stop the ship from sinking entirely? Or do I keep my sink rate low, but I might lose the ship completely in deep water? And because he's not getting the information that there are incoming Royal Navy and Allied assets as a rescue effort, he makes a decision to attempts to save the ship, the crew, and the passengers at the expense of increasing his sink rate.
And unfortunately, as it turns out, it would be the unfortunate wrong call. However, he wasn't to know that.
It was the right call for the information he had available.
Yeah. Dan dare not criticize his wonderful nursing colleagues. No, Dan should never criticize nurses. Dan is...
It's genuinely an amusing observation that if things are not so busy in a department or something, they'll just be there and they'll just be wiping and cleaning everything. And it's just it's kind of entertaining to watch the kind of nervous twitch almost of it. But, yeah.
All right, Stafford Thompson, to help my list for contacting, coordinating NavCan, HIST Mark II, Electric Boogaloo, which sites/museums would you like to visit? So I can start making inroads for the...
Oh, we have a list, but basically we're going to be visiting Haida again. Possibly we will actually structure it. If we do Canada again, we are flying into Halifax. We're not flying into Toronto Pearson. Are we, Dan? No. No circumstance are we flying into Toronto Pearson.
you know what would be...
Dan is now hunting for strong alcohol at the Fort of Toronto Pearson.
Do you know what would be?
Oh no, it's chocolate. It's even better. It's the deal to the mentor in the mind.
Do
cashew nuts?
Cashew nuts. Yeah.
Chat. Note the messages in response that are telling you the queue is closed. I'm going to.
The queue will be open soon. We've got. I don't know how many questions we've got left in the queue before the queue opens, but there's a little note sign up here saying the queue questions closed for now. Open again soon.
We're going to chew through 3 more and then I'll reopen. In 5 minutes, you all dumped 40 questions at us.
But we are also going to be doing the west coast of Canada, so Vancouver, etc., that sort of area. We'd also like to go to some of the military museums, and we're possibly going to do that sort of the stuff we got for History Can, Naval History Can Mark II. That's sort of on our my mental list for either a solo trip at some point, if I somehow manage to get the channel funding to the point at which I can start doing solo trips with the videos without having a panic attack.
Dr. Clarke,
maybe 2027. About.
Do you know it would be a particularly cruel prank to play on Drac?
What?
Oh, don't be cruel to Drac.
Fly him in Toronto Pearson?
Yeah, swap his tickets so he's not going to Halifax, he's going to Halifax by way of Pearson.
Oh, that's just
Oh.
Do we have
this
no
might be why
for our
we all book our
colleague?
tickets individually.
Oh, look, a not so friendly sea mine is rapidly approaching my position. I will be logging off now.
Yeah. Oh,
why am I suddenly very, very, very concerned about the Japan trip?
No, you'll be fine, Fleet.
I'm having issues.
You'll be fine until you get alone with Leslie. And then Leslie will give you every question you've ever asked. Or something suitably Leslie Ian-esque.
I have ramblings for answering questions.
You don't have Powder Monkey.
Any
on the topic of trips,
yeah. Oh. Dan?
On the topic of trips to North America, I've been meaning to catch up with you actually because I am still vaguely hoping to be able to sort one to get to kind of DC, Philadelphia sort of area in May, which I don't know if you'd be free to come along to that, and would be happy to take a diversion via Haida.
May this year?
Yeah.
Haida from DC and even Philadelphia is going to be a heck of a hike. I have driven that.
Yeah, that would be that one would be flying, but DC and kind of the Philly area. DC because I've got family around there, some of whom are moving away in about June.
No question.
Philly because I want to go and play. I want to go and have a look at New Jersey.
Yeah, if you're gonna be DC, if you're gonna be in the DC Philly area, hit me up. It'll give me an excuse to get up there and get out of the house.
We'll see. We'll see what I'm like after I've paid my tax bill in January. If paychecks are arrived and I pay my tax bill happily, I'll be happy. If paychecks haven't arrived and I have ended up having to take a short-term cash from, probably a Bank of Family loan so I can then pay them back in February, I will probably be sufficiently pissed off with my economics that I will be in batten down the hatches mode and must maximize earnings to make sure I don't have to do it again. Because I get fed up when I have to do that. I don't like being messing around. It is partially my own fault because I spent so much money trying to fix this house and get everything organised. So that's what some people are pointing out. I've spent the money on this rather than having the extra cushion because I thought I had the money. The money was supposed to be coming in, but it's been delayed. But it's a case of I also don't like doing that because that makes me feel like it's very rare I've had to do that in my life. I'm the one of the members of my family who's least had to go to the Bank of Family, which we call it, which is joke is when you go, look, I need this money for this bill and I'll pay you back, and does anyone in the family have the free cash? And the people who do have just basically go yes, and then we sort it out. That's been a family policy for years, by the way. That's in our policy. That's why we call it the Bank of Family. It's been going on for hundreds of years. We've found diary ledgers going back to about the 1850s in the family, with the family members recording that between each other, and it's always been quite good, but I just prefer not to do it.
Note the giant orange bar at the top of the screen.
House, which I hope to be able to...
Ethan Yang, I haven't read Vandergul's book. I'll try and get a copy. But I would point out that I have done enough videos in the past talking about the subject to tell you that, frankly, I think they're reinventing the aircraft carrier. They keep coming with different names. It's going to be the drone carrier. But once the drones get up to a certain size, and this size and that size, we want to operate a certain group of them, they're going to be about 90,000 to 100,000 tons. They're going to be this. And you sit there and go...
Congratulations. You've reinvented the aircraft carrier.
I know you all have been jonesing for questions to be reopened. Guess what? We're down to 10 questions. I'm going to reopen them. I'm then going to go get my first can of Iron Brew for the evening.
I'm going to quickly have a quick bio break to get the poodle out. So I'm going to leave the Knight 6831 question to Dan to start off with, because the poodle needs a bio break.
I don't know how long I survived without that first can, but here we are. When I come back, we will get 25 questions in, and then I will close it.
I'm currently drinking beer from...
May the odds be ever in your favor.
Because remember, we don't choose what questions come in. The great and mighty Spark bot does, which Ruinon has herself developed, and she is the bot wizard. Witch, I suppose? Female?
Wizard? No, wizard is a gender neutral. Actually, technically, so is witch, but... So the question is, would I be right to think that the only way to make a Chinese 1913 battlecruiser project with the 28 knot speed and 12-inch thick belt is going to need small tube boilers? No. I mean,
and of course, you immediately let Zebedee out, and Zebedee's gone through there.
Unobtainium. I think you're going to need unobtainium.
Yeah, I think that to have a 1913 battle cruiser that's hitting 28 knots and has a 12-inch thick belt.
I mean, it depends. I mean, let's not forget. It depends how narrow that belt is.
Yeah,
how short it is. Because bear in mind, if it's built for China, it will likely have all sorts of compromises.
I mean, So the question is, are they just paying money to Armstrongs or Vickers or Beardmore or Camel Laird or somebody to build them an amazing ship and just throwing all the money at them? Or are they trying to build this themselves?
Oh no, well, no, they can't build it themselves. China cannot build anything above a gunboat.
Or are they going somewhere more bargain bucket like Germany or?
Poodle has gone to bed.
Hard
Actually, I should
to say.
get that off because questions were open.
Yeah. So.
And
I think it
I
will
need to get something just
possibly
quickly. They can't
end up
see
Enjoy.
the camera. That's good.
or yeah, it I worry about a project like that. I think the Royal Navy could pull it off.
If China's going to a British yard for it, I mean, I don't like. There's no tonnage limit, so I think it's doable, but it will be a very expensive ship, and they will likely only be able to afford the one.
Yeah,
And if it's in 1913, the Royal Navy probably takes possession of it in about late 1914.
Yeah.
But it would need small tube boilers.
Yeah.
Do you think DDGX will have a new VLS design? Not if they want to actually fund it.
Yeah.
It'll be called Mark 41. It'll be a variant of the Mark 41 family. It might be a completely new design, but it'll be like Super Hornet versus Hornet. It'll be a Mark 41.
Dr. Clarke, are you telling me that the Super Hornet, the FA-18E, is not just a minor iteration with the major change being it's a two-seater now from the original F-18 Hornet?
No, but I
Wow,
mean,
the sarcasm
in
in that-
with
in that
like
one.
19 perks and things.
Dr. Clarke, put the questions closed banner back up, please.
Yeah.
Sorry, Dan.
No,
It
I was
already
just
is.
saying it's going to have the Flight 19 Burks with their, warp drive, pulse lasers, and goodness knows what else, which are honestly still just a derivative of the same original DDG 51 design. Totally, honestly,
Yes.
completely. My greatest nightmare is the machine spirit of Potion inhabiting anything since she was condemned and placed in the deepest, darkest depths of the ninth hell of something. Is in answer to Molly Madison's question.
My greatest nightmare is that the machine spirit of Hosh is actually inhabiting Fleet, and that's why Fleet is the way he is over the Hosh.
Oh, that could be the case.
Gentlemen, I have
I am not
I have some-
mechanical. Yeah.
I have some gravely concerning news. The U.S. has just delivered the SEP V3 Abrams to Poland.
Oh, it begins. It begins.
Yes, I have got that. Alright, so I've got 4 bottles of Iron Brew in reserve. I'm fine. That'll keep me going for at least a couple of days.
Well, I mean, Europe was a nice continent. I would have liked to have visited.
Yeah.
Oh no! Europe will be fine. I just won't be so sure about Belarus and Russia. Europe will be fine.
Habitual line crossers personification of Poland continues to be my favorite. The various stimulant addict persona that he gives Poland anytime Nazis, Soviets, invaders are mentioned is just it's
But
cool.
yeah.
One of the funniest things for me is the there's a I think it's Country Balls he's called. Well, he does Country Ball comics, but I
Poland
can't
Ball.
remember. The Poland Ball guy. Like basically with the US Storm. So who's the next big bad gonna be? I wonder. Usually you can tell because they're building up a military and they're usually red, or they got red on their flag, and it goes through like Germany, Britain, France, Russia. All the rest of it, and then literally you see Poland driving around. Says Poland driving around. He says, "No one is ever going to invade Poland ever again."
This speed bump has teeth.
I would say Poseidon on the anti-tank guided missile front. Look, they are powerful. They are capable. They're not exactly new. They've been around for a while. They've been devastating for a while. If you look at the Arab-Israeli war, that the first time that happened, the Egyptians really rocked the Israelis with the missiles, but the Israelis haven't got out of the tank business, and neither the Arabs. And
No,
the thing is,
here's the thing.
the anti-tank weapons and tank destroying systems have been around almost since the tank came about. In fact, almost the first thing that happened was there was a tank. Well, let's try and destroy it. So the thing is, you're dealing with more capable, but there's also things happening with the tanks as well. And whilst the tanks are probably going to evolve, so are the weapons against them.
Look at the Russo-Ukrainian war. The proliferation of jammers on tanks now to prevent them being hit by FPVs. The cages to help mitigate against drone impacts when they do happen. You've also got the advent of APS to deal with a battlefield environment saturated with lots of ATGMs.
Yeah. But I think one of the key things is you're not going to see what kind of British, American, to some extent even Israeli or whatever, German tanks have as their top of the line, because we're not going to be telling people about the defences. We will tell people about the offensive systems because they are sexy and they are part of intimidating. But the
or we will tell them about the defenses, but in a way to say, this tank's top armor is proof against javelin. Well, how is it proof against javelin? It's proof against javelin.
We're not going to tell you that.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons why when we're talking about our radar, we have to end up talking about tracking cricket balls at several hundred miles. Black Horse, would Japan destroying the Panama Canal Model 2 or slightly before have any effect on the outcome? And if so, what year would it need to be done for the most damage? It wouldn't really have any effect on the outcome. It would delay it. If you did it in 1941, at the same time as you're attacking Pearl Harbor, you managed to destroy the Panama Canal, you would probably add a good year to a couple of years onto the war, because of the time it would add to everything to get organized.
Actually, the best time, if you wanted to do literally the most damage, and you had the power of perfect timing, wait for one of the carriers or battle wagons to be transiting the Pacific side locks, and then hit the locks.
Oh boy, that's Ruinal, that's cruel. That is unusual punishment.
If you want to do the most damage, hit the first set of locks from the Atlantic side while the carrier is in it and the locks are being pumped down. So you hit the Pacific-facing gate of the first lock.
Mm-hmm.
With the carrier in it. That's going to do the most amount of damage that you possibly do, because you'll take out the carrier, you'll probably take out the other two locks, or at least do damage to the next one.
Yeah.
And you will create a huge mess that will have to be cleaned up before repairs can even begin.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and just to be kind of clear and things or whatever, Poseidon 7307, we didn't kind of dismiss your point about with the tanks. It's that it's always been the case. It's one of these X has killed the Y. No, for goodness sake, the internal combustion engine didn't stop us using horses in warfare. Look at the US Special Forces in Afghanistan, because sometimes it's easier to take a mule or a horse somewhere.
Yeah.
So
it is very rare that one thing obsoletes another thing completely and utterly. The only time I can really think of total obsolescence of a thing.
Carrier pigeon.
No, even then there are some use cases.
Used.
The only thing I can think of where a system has so thoroughly disappeared from everyday use that it is now just gone completely is the steam locomotive. The thoroughness with which the steam locomotive was evaporated from the world's railways on pretty much all gauges on all continents, with only a few niche cases basically taking a little bit longer to catch up, but eventually catching up in the end. It's one of the rare cases I can think of a proven technology being thoroughly removed from active use.
So just also looking at the couple of the comments. So steam engine, that depends if you believe in the idea of the British Strategic Train Reserve, which I have to say I think is a myth. But Seneca spears, that's what a bayonet on your rifle is. Flintlocks, it's a firearm. that's not a technology. That's just the way that was just an evolution on the way that you get your propellant to explode. That's not a.
It doesn't explode. It deflagrates.
Yeah, this is the reason why I went with the steam engine, because not steam engine, sorry, the steam locomotive.
The problem is they're still being built and still in service in India.
No, they are not.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
If you're talking about the Darjeeling Himalayan Railway and things like the Hearts Mountain Steam Railway, yes, I will grant you there are small pockets of steam that survive in regular revenue-earning service across the world.
Also, I would point out nuclear reactors are steam engines. So actually,
he did specifically say steam loco. He did specifically say steam loco.
We have to give him that. He did specifically say steam loco. We can't spend our entire time.
It's a steam loco by one remove. No, it is bayonet. Swords. Nope, still used. Still see. Have you been to the Vatican? The police there have sabers as well as pistols. Slings, according to Drac, are still in use in Bolivia as part of civil protests and things, and I think are used in places like Gaza and stuff like that for lobbing rocks at Israeli soldiers. Yeah, I'd say, but even the steam locomotive, it wasn't replaced by something other than a train. It's if you'd replaced trains.
I mean, yes. I mean, I suppose you do have a point there.
Yeah, it's more a case of it's evolved to diesel and electric trains, the steam trains might have gone, but it's more the methodology of powering the engine has gone rather than the engine's gone. And it's kind of like with the tank. The point we'll be talking about with tanks is, well, to an extent, let's be honest, we're going through the evolution, which often happens. The APC is starting to come to the fore. The infantry fighting vehicles are starting to come to the fore because the capabilities are starting to suit them. And you've got things like even the CV-120, the CV-90 with the 120mm gun. Slovakia, etc., are looking at ordering that rather than ordering the Leopard because, frankly, as far as they're concerned, it fits far better with their fleet.
Yeah.
And they went, also
why have what for its purposes for their needs? They felt the infantry fighting vehicle version, a tank variant, was better than going with a purebred tank.
We're seeing the rise of 120mm armed vehicles that are not tanks. So there's the Centauro 120 in Italy.
Yeah.
There's the CV-90 120 Dr. Clarke's just mentioned. We're seeing the rise of an idea to get a large caliber gun onto a chassis that is not protected against that gun.
Mm-hmm.
And also,
yes,
too, I would point out
battle cruiser and ships.
I would point out. I would point out that the top attack anti-tank guided missiles like Javelin, or even the wire guided ones like TOW, and the FPV drones that they're using in a top attack profile to attack the personnel, all require a very long logistics tail that a tank may not necessarily require, at least not in the same way.
It needs a different logistics tail.
Just to be clear, Dr. Clarke, that's a no wasn't directed towards me, was it? Because that sounded very.
Large merchant sailing ships. Literally, just in our ship shape WhatsApp group, it was 2 days ago, I think, that somebody shared a link about the fact that there is a British company that is looking to be fitting its large smart sails on merchant ships, of reckoning they can probably reduce propulsion costs by about 30%. I think they were saying, or something like that. So, yeah.
Anyway,
which is kind of cool. So you may come back to having sailing ships.
Because we still have 30 questions in the queue, I'm going to kick us down the road to Ethan Yang's question. Do you think that with developments in sensors technology, the naval domain will be transparent the same way the land domain has? Probably not within my lifetime.
No.
And
same. I would
arguably,
agree.
the land domain has not become transparent.
You have
because
to work harder to hide.
Yeah, satellites have the problem of clouds. Ground-based observation has
satellites
the
have also
problem
the
of
problem of
hills and
foliage.
trees.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean,
that
look,
too.
if you look at what people are talking about in Ukraine, they're saying things like, "Oh yeah, we need to hide in the woods to hide from the all the drones and things." It's like it's simple cover. I mean, it's
Thermals aren't perfect; they can be masked against. There's like for every sensor there is mitigation.
Yeah.
And that will likely be true for the entirety of human history going forwards. The only sensor for which there is no mitigation is the Mark 1 human eyeball, and I say that because eventually, if you send someone to walk towards something, they will either bump into it, find it, or get shot at by it.
That's not the Mark 1 eyeball, because the Mark 1 eyeball, that's what you have the whole camouflage systems from World War One and World War Two with the dazzle camouflage to try and muck around. No, the only sensor you'll never manage to confuse is touch, but which is what you were heading towards.
Yeah, you're probably right there. Yeah, it wasn't.
But actually physically bumping into it.
Or being bumped into by something fired from the thing you were trying to find.
yeah.
Usually that's what gives your opponent away where you are. You fire at them.
Hang on, we've been shot at. All right, let them have it, boys.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna go with taste is the sense you would struggle to probably fool the most.
Yeah. But also
you've got
with the sea, by the time, honestly, my often quoted theory is by the time we've got a sufficiently accurate model of the world's oceans, that we can correctly work out where something is going wrong, not behaving the way it should do. We're probably going to also evolve to the point at which we're dealing with space warfare.
And that'll be fun.
At which point, it's a completely different problem.
Because the thing is, space might be big, and it is big, but it's also very hard to hide, the rocket engine going off.
The Heatfish over on Twitch has given a potential kinetic contact.
Fluffy ships to spoof touch.
Yeah, I think I now know where my DARPA money for the next 4 years is going to go.
Yeah, fluffy ships, spoof touch.
Yes, you can. It can spoof touch. The problem is that it won't actually. You still touch something. You're still like, there is still a thing
it's fluffy,
here.
so you just start stroking it rather than thinking it's a threat.
Yeah, it's fluffy, so it's harmless, right?
Yeah.
Or you if not friend, why friend shaped?
I can think of a few things.
As the National Park Service, is it Facebook account keeps sharing?
Twitter.
It gets to Facebook.
I hope whoever runs the National Park Service Twitter account survives, because there is some solid gold in that account.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like Gaijin's. Like, it seems like every company has a basement guy. Like, Gaijin has one. The Park Service has one. I think I am the ship equivalent of the basement guy because I'd say silly things that none of the rest of them could get away with.
Okay, Tanith over on YouTube just went straight for the jugular, saying that these guys haven't been into a McDonald's lately. They routinely fool their customers into believing they sell food.
To be fair, being in the UK with McDonald's in the UK is always a very different experience than McDonald's in America and McDonald's in Canada. I will say this.
Yeah, because y'all have standards.
We have very, very tight food standards, and it's kind of interesting. If I want to really shock an American when they come to the UK, if they've never been here before, I take them into a McDonald's or a KFC, and I tell them to order their usual. And within the first couple of mouthfuls, they're going, "This is not the same! This is not right!" This
Nope, it's
tastes
better.
different. Why? And I'm going, yeah, food standards.
Doctor, do you know how cruel that is to somebody?
Oh, it is evil because it gets worse when I take them to some of the independent burger places in the UK.
Anyway, Matthew Blarians.
There is
what
a
would
reason
battleship-
why. Just before we get on Blarians, there is a reason why Glyn Stewart and his lovely partner, his lovely wife, whenever they're talking about possible places, they're talking about coming to the UK because they have similar allergies to my sister and that they're allergic to gluten, and they come, of course, from Canada, and the food standards in the UK mean that if your food has gluten or allergy in it, it has to be clearly labelled. So it's very easy for people to avoid if they have an allergy.
Also,
In Canada, it's not.
Sainsbury's across the road from me has as large a kind of free-from section as from what they were saying, most large supermarkets.
Yeah.
Whereas, so we have really big free-from sections.
We do.
Yeah.
Actually, and the quality has been going up with that. I mean,
for those who don't know what free from is, it basically free from is brands which are they don't have gluten, they don't have dairy, and my poor sister who's gluten and dairy allergic can't have either, and yeah. And by guys, yes, you can get a beer if you're Happy Meal in Germany. In France, you can get wine. It's a completely different experience.
Like I'm not gluten free, but I will admit you haven't lived unless you've tried a gluten free brownie. I don't know what they do to them, but something about those brownies. It's
on the other hand, if you want,
very nice.
Oh my god!
If you want to enjoy life more, try a gluten free pizza. And then you will appreciate every other pizza you have ever eaten or ever will eat again.
No, thank you. I've seen how those are made. No, thank you.
Fleet, are you saying that I should try gluten-free brownie because it will make me appreciate glutenized brownies more? Or are you saying I should try gluten-free brownie because it's actually good?
No, honestly, I'm not even joking. I have had a few. I went through a phase where we were trying to do gluten-free as a family because it was part of some health phase that my mum got her head into.
It's a terrible health fad to do. Don't do it because you may actually develop gluten intolerance.
I know. We did it for like a brief period, and then we all stopped doing it. My mum is gluten intolerant, but yeah, the gluten-free brownies were really, really nice.
Fleet,
I'm worried about it,
buddy. Okay. Fleet. You liking the Hosh was bad enough.
There is so many issues.
A gluten-free brownie getting a positive endorsement in and of itself. Yeah, the Heat Fish says it perfectly. I like this guy already. Fleet's brownie taste matches the French battleship taste.
I think the Heat Fish is cool. I'm enjoying the Heat Fish.
Anyway,
leaving that to one side. Let's go to Matthew Blair's question. What would a battleship built in 1980s for the USN be equipped with?
You're basically
lots of VLS, and if they're calling it a battleship, it's going to have 16-inch guns because if it's a battleship and they're making a big thing about it, they're actually building a battleship. It will have 16-inch guns because that's what signifies it being a battleship. They might get them off the Iowas, or they might build new ones, but it will, yeah.
The Americans won't have done what the Royal Navy would have done, which is when they scrapped Washington, those turrets ending up in a warehouse somewhere. In the same way.
No, the Americans don't do quite that same. Well, it's like technically, me and Drac have been looking up the scrapping lists of various guns, and we can't find scrapping receipts for all the Royal Navy's battleship turrets. Now, I'm sure they were all scrapped, but we're also now looking at some of the warehouses which honestly we know were sealed and haven't been opened in about 80 years and are wondering what might be in them.
I mean, just very quickly,
and also, the question is, do we take Fleet with us to have him go through the door first for safety?
Now, just a minute. I am not a sacrificial lamb for the regular historian.
No.
My role here.
Fleet, you're not a sacrificial lamb. I'm going to make you my apprentice.
What do you mean apprentice? I'm not.
Also,
What are
Fleet,
you on about?
You're a sacrificial goat. But don't worry, we'll provide a red shirt for you.
Oh no, you don't.
Yeah.
But just
Oh,
we,
yes,
were,
we will.
we were thinking more you were our red shirts than you were.
yeah.
That's
But
it.
just
That's
very
it.
quickly to get to the point I actually what if I wanted to make very quickly. So regarding
A lot of BLS for the battleship. A lot of BLS.
yeah. So
And
regarding
Probably a hang-up helicopter.
yeah. So just regarding the state of building a thoroughly modern surface combatant for a power in the 1980s. Myself and Sea Dodders took a good hard look at this for the British in the 1980s.
Yes, I know.
And we came
Some
up with
very insightful person suggested this for you.
and we came up with 3 different outcomes, and I selected the what I deemed to be the most reasonable, and if Dr. Clarke likes, he could show it off to you now.
I'd have
which
to go
basically-
find it.
Nope, you don't, because I already did. Because I have these all on stockpile. Because I need them for what comes later.
Yes, but have you sent it to me via Discord? In which case I have to leave the Discord questions and go and find it.
Hang on, 1 second. I've got it. Let me just. I'll put it in the questions chat. Where's Fleet's?
That would be
Where's
brilliant.
Where's Fleet's giant MacGuffin? Here it is. Well, it's not actually that big, to be fair. It's like
People
I
are
will point out.
volunteering to clear warehouses.
I will point out it's called a battleship, but it's more accurately a large surface combatant. It's not really armored. But like I say, the word battleship is nice and flashy, so that's what obviously they use. But it's more accurately a very large.
Jackie Fisher approved.
Yeah, but it's very much more like a large surface combatant. The guns are there because of what Vanguard does in the Falklands, but its primary armament is actually its harpoons and its tomahawks.
Machine Spirit.
That's the and yes, of course it's called Warspite because why wouldn't it be?
Yes. So its main weapon is its Machine Spirit. Everything else is secondary.
Basically, yes.
Although, why 14-inch guns?
Well, basically because they are there's more spare barrels of them available after the scrapping of the KGVs.
Yeah.
Howe has been kept going for a long period and has just finished serving in the Falklands War and is bowing out. So there are crews experienced in operating the 14-inch guns. There's enough, like, basically, it's just cost and ease of availability.
Because you had all the 15-inch, and if you had Vanguard still around, then you'll have people who know.
The reason we didn't go with 15 inches because Vanguard's still around, so she's eating up all the 15-inch barrels, whereas no one's using the 14s apart from Howe. And there's a lot more 14s knocking about that we can keep refurbishing before we have to even consider building new ones. In fact, we may never have to consider building new ones. It's one of the reasons why she's got 2 twins. Again, it's to reduce the number of barrels on the ship to increase the spare count.
Yeah.
Bone meal. Fleet is not our minesweeping specialist. That's too on the nose. He's our apprentice.
He's our minesweeper. Now, in
That's
HMS
worse.
Ford, in your book, you mentioned an anti-piracy patrols during the Spanish Civil War, and the Italian submarines were suspected as a culprit. Was it ever proved the Italians were responsible? The answer to that is, how do I put this politely? Everyone gathered enough evidence that they were all certain it was the Italians, but no one was going to call them out publicly because of what it might do to the general balance of things. At the time, they were very much in the mindset of, we've got to rearm to be prepared for war, and we don't want to risk anything that's risking the rearmament.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's...
Yeah. Because the thing is, submarine pirates works great in Jules Verne, and not anywhere else.
No.
Yeah. There's a whole...
The whole point about a submarine is you can't capture anything, so it's not really piracy, it's...
Do we have the second part of Knight's question?
Yeah, we'll have to skip it for now, and I'll grab it.
Okay.
I'm asking for it now.
Bowmill Boy, why did the Royal Navy stop using ship-launched ASW torpedoes? Honestly, they still have them to an extent. They're mostly the same torpedoes as the helicopters the helicopters and submarines have, but usually what we're talking about is that it's just too short range. If you're engaging a ship, you want to engage the submarine quite a lot further away from your ship. You don't want to have the torpedo actually engaging. It's basically a torpedo on a ship versus a submarine with a torpedo is a kind of like this close-in weapon system for the close-in weapon system for the ship. If it's going off, that means you're already in a situation which, frankly, you don't want to be in.
It's calling in the airstrike on your own position.
Yes.
You're way too close, and you're just trying to take the submarine with you. Much better to drop it quite a way away.
Or you're more accurately trying to basically, you're basically saying, right, you are there. You may have got a shot off against me. I need to make sure you either don't get a shot off at me, or you don't get a chance to fire a second. I'm going to force you to maneuver. I'm going to force you to, like that's the whole thing with the ship-launched anti-submarine torpedo. It's basically, you need to not be as safe as you think you are.
Yeah, the problem is that so what the Royal Navy, I believe, can do in a sort of slightly unofficial way is the way that the torpedoes magically come up from the magazines into the hangar space. They might happen to also be able to go out some conveniently located holes in the side of the hangar space were there an emergency and they needed to eject them to get them away from a fire or something that occurred whilst they were reloading on its gov and in no way launching them out of torpedo tubes they don't actually have.
There's all sorts of interesting things, but I would say the main thing you're dealing with is that some things were cut in the period that wars were going to be how do I put this? That the wars of choice doctrine and the idea of the end of history, and those things are rapidly being changed. I think,
but also,
if I'm not mistaken, the Type 20.
The ASW torpedoes weren't the main anti-submarine weapon for the Royal Navy for a long time. It was things like your squid launchers.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
so the Type 23 frigates do have their own Stingray torpedo tubes. They do have two twin 12.75-inch torpedo tubes. Launchers. The Type 45s are the ones I think which don't. Let me just check. I'm double checking because I know there's been some upgrades and some changes recently, and no, they don't.
Sense. It would make sense that the Type 45s wouldn't, given their designed role.
Yeah,
and because honestly, they usually carry two Wildcats or one Merlin. So if they're carrying two Wildcats, then frankly, the odds of them having a helicopter nearby, or a helicopter finding you, is higher.
And there's a good chance they're going to be around other major fleet assets these years.
Yeah.
There'll be more than just that helicopter around. I think it feels like it's the in all honesty, having a ASW torpedo capacity on a big warship with all the capabilities of those British major surface combatants feels a bit like carrying a backup knife as a tank commander when you're going into combat. It's that level of you're unlikely to use it in fighting is what I mean. Not in terms of kind of utility of having a knife with you potentially, which actually might be quite handy, but in terms of kind of actually I'm going to stab, murder, kill somebody with it.
If you consider the Type 45s now usually carry, from HMS Dauntless onwards, with the modifications they're having, will carry 24 Sea Scepter missiles, 48 Aster 30s, or soon to be upgraded as the 30s. They carry naval strike missiles. They carry a 4.5-inch gun. They carry some 30mm guns, the Phalanx. They carry some miniguns and general-purpose machine guns, and usually are carrying either two Lynx Wildcats or, as I said, one Merlin. The Wildcat can carry multi-role missiles or Sea Venom anti-ship missiles or torpedoes, and the Merlin can carry a lot of torpedoes.
Do you think the Type 45s are going to last long enough and would potentially get a 5-inch gun refit?
That's a lot of weight.
Yeah,
what are they going up from?
They already have a 4.5-inch. So jumping up to a 5-inch is not a massive increase.
But I would also question why you would. The only reason I can see them ever getting it is if they are the last 4 or 5 equipped ships in the fleet. And the Royal Navy wants to come to full ammo compatibility.
Because
otherwise,
the interesting projectiles are being built in 5-inch, and they're not
the ASW projectiles. Basically, if you've got a Type 45 and it's using those, but having to use those projectiles, you've had a lot of things go wrong.
Yeah,
you have, but they will work out to a damn sight longer distance than the ASW torpedoes.
Yes, linguistics, but yes.
Yes, but also let's point out that again, the main role of a Type 45 isn't being an ASW ship; it's an air fleet defense asset.
It is, but it would be close enough to the carrier that it might actually be able to use them as almost a last line of defense for your carrier, because your type, your high end ASW asset. Further out down range towards the submarine.
I think the fact is, pretty much every shell design the BAE offers in a 5-inch, they can also make in a 4.5-inch.
Okay, as long as they can do that.
So I think that's because that's pretty much. Because remember, when we were looking at it, was the BAE stand that was selling it.
Yeah. It will cost less to downsize the rounds to 4.5 than it will to rip out the 4.5 handling and munition storage and mount to replace with a 5-inch.
Yeah, okay. It's just I suspect they took the 5-inch design straight off the Swedes when they bought Bofors.
To an extent. 96831. 96831. This is an interesting question because this is kind of a loaded question, so I'm going to say it out loud. But it is a loaded question. As the USN doctrine said, landing on an aircraft carrier was the same as an airfield, which was fatally wrong. When and how did the Royal Navy figure out that landing on a carrier wasn't the same as an airfield? I'm trying to remember when the USN, whether the USN ever actually had this as a doctrine. There was a theory before they had Langley, but very quickly after operating Langley, they realised that was not the case. And the Royal Navy is pretty much the same, because you presume landing is going to be dissimilar until you actually try landing on a ship. But considering the USN and the Royal Navy had both tried landing on ships before they got aircraft carriers, I don't think either had a serious idea as it is a doctrine. I think it was generally a theory. It'll be similar to, but it's not the same as, because there are certain skills and systems you have to develop to deal with the fact that the carrier is moving in all sorts of fun directions and the aircraft you're coming in.
Yeah, and I mean, I will point out the fact that if for a nation that doesn't operate carriers and hasn't operated carriers and isn't staffed full of aviation-minded men, the layman assumption that landing on a carrier is going to be the same as landing on an airstrip is a fairly basic and simple one to come to.
One of the problems is the USN actually was one of the nations at the forefront of development of naval aviation. They are later to come to the carrier table, but they're not that late. We're talking a few months. We're not talking years.
I'm aware, but I'm just saying generally for any nation any navy that is in this position, the idea that is under discussion here is actually not one that I would consider to be so unbelievable that it would be considered.
Oh, you're talking now, nice way, 684, and you're now talking about the F4U Corsair. That wasn't due to that doctrine. That was the issue with the F4U Corsair landing, etc., was the fact that even landing on a airstrip with its nose, you have to be careful. The trouble is for the USN is they have the huge volume of Hellcats and Wildcats coming through, but Hellcats specifically. they don't need the Corsair. So the thing is, they don't need to work it out. They have problem with they're not going to work it out and do the adjustments to work it out for handling that specific aircraft. The Royal Navy, which is also looking at the Seafire, is going, oh, another long-nosed aircraft. Oh, how do we land? Well, we got Crabwise. Okay, do it.
And the Sea Hurricane before that, and things like that. So I think the issue is, I mean, the risk of sounding terrible for both navies. I think what happened was they at the very beginning of naval aviation, both countries will have learnt from their mistakes and probably asked any of the survivors, if there were any, of the early attempts at landing on ships. But bear in mind, this was all within not much more than a decade of the invention of the aircraft.
Mm.
But the F4U, it was to do with, because the US Navy had always used short-nosed aircraft. And the issue with the F4U Corsair was particularly because they had it was the first one to have the huge engine whose name suddenly escapes me, the double wasp, twin wasp?
Quadruple wasp. No, I'm joking. I'm being a little bit facetious.
No, it was the double 9-cylinder. I mean, it was huge. Pratt and Whitney, amazing beast. I mean, wonderful engine, But
double wasp or wasp major?
Yeah, they had the. It needed such a big air screw, so that was why it had the
Pratt and Whitney R2800 double wasp.
Yeah, so it had, and that's why it had the bent wings, so that they could actually have it at the angle, so that they could have the air screw that was big enough, whilst they were still using 3-bladed air screws to actually use that power.
Hmm.
And that was something people hadn't been using on aircraft carriers in the US Navy. Was something that had that kind of angling on it, so that the air screw or propeller didn't just smack straight into the deck. Whereas the Royal Navy, by that stage, had used the Seafire, had used the Sea Hurricane, was using the had even developed to its own specification the Fulmar, all of which had the long water-cooled, VN B-12 Merlins. So they had experience with it. They'd made their mistakes elsewhere. And we were just lucky at how relatively few, it seems, Seafire pilots died crashing them versus the people who seem to have died crashing their Corsairs on American carriers. And I don't know why that was the case. Maybe it's because the bigger flaw with the Spitfire was that the landing gear went crunch, and so the aircraft just pancaked. Whereas with the Corsair, it may have kind of landed and then got off his head.
I will say, Knight, though, you do when you do asking these questions, you do use very
loaded,
emotive language. That it's not so much. It's a case of there are problems, there are things in designs, but you are emphasizing fatal here, and you're also I would feel conflating a doctrine from very early on with what doctrine they had by that point, and it wasn't really doctrine. And also say it's to an extent also the rush to war and the rush for what they're building that has an impact.
Yeah, Knight, I think as a general kind of bit of advice or whatever, the way that you are posing the questions, it would be, and especially as Runon is being so brilliant with actually meaning that we're less tied to the number of characters. It's better to ask the question in a way that you give a statement that is kind of posing one of these kind of more contentious points. Just be bold with the statement, and then ask the question, kind of, why is this almost not the case, rather than the way you're doing them, which is so loaded and seems to be coming from the point of view of, you're saying that the USN was just wrong with this one, as an example, Well, no, they weren't, is what we're saying. But your position is looking too much like you're saying, no, they automatically were. Whereas we're saying, no, it was a question of experience, and the Royal Navy's Fleet Air Arm had the experience with other types of aircraft. And generally, the Royal Navy, the British, were using the inline engines more than Americans were generally, because we'd gone down that technological route to a larger extent with having the inline engines and the water-cooled inline engines for frontline fighters, and so they got used to trying to land them and what you needed to do with them for quite a while before, whereas the Americans, with the exception of the P-40s and things, they still had probably more frontline aircraft of similar types that were radials, and so shorter nosed and things. So that's kind of the way it all kind of goes.
Okay.
And D8 Brock, yes, the Canadians, it's because it's they're getting in ahead of the MAGA. You will also find that the geese are starting to wear little baseball caps saying you can't buy Canada.
No, don't. In a nice way, no. In a nice way, we do not need America joining list of nations which have lost the wars to birds. It's bad enough that both the Chinese and the Australians are in that group. If the Americans end up joining that group, there's going to be way too much drinking going on.
Listen.
I'm just impressed the Canadians didn't even bother try fighting. They just surrendered to the geese.
Yes,
straight off.
Just straight off.
My college was infested with Canadian geese. They are evil. I think after probably Korea, the Canadians performed some sort of dark maple syrup and Alberta tar sand used ritual that transferred the majority of their non-contained in metal boxes rage and hate and malice into the Canadian goose population. And they can only get it back when they're in a tiny enclosed box, like a car or a tank or an aircraft or Toronto
or
Pearson.
A hockey helmet.
Yeah.
Okay. I love how we found a way to sneak Toronto Pearson into the questions yet
Black
again.
Horse. Which were more effective in World War One, sea mines or torpedoes? And were torpedoes more effective in World War One or World War Two? World War One, sea mines more effective, and in World War Two.
Of the two, World War II should be more effective.
Well, too probably torpedoes, but they're used more. Whereas and it's not the prevalence of mine-laying submarines, etc. They focus more on torpedoes. But mines are still pretty dangerous in World War II, and they do have many of the famous kills.
Ninth, just going back, it's not a fatal flaw that came from the design. It's a fatal flaw from people working out how to use it optimally.
It's a fatal flaw in training. It's not a fatal flaw in the engineering.
It's a
737 MAX, as you're pointing out, is a fatal flaw in the design, engineering, and programming of the avionics and aircraft control systems.
Yeah, and there have also been some quality control issues.
Some
as well, but it's a very loaded term.
Dan, I need to save all our lives right now. Boeing makes perfectly quality assured aircraft. There's nothing wrong with a Boeing. It needs to be a Boeing or I'm not going.
Look, I'm in Cornwall, and the odds of them actually managing to find me are very low. So I'm okay, but Dan is close to London, and actually, in fact, where he is actually closest to the Boeing UK headquarters out of all of us. So, Dan, I'd be locking your doors right about now, barring them as well, possibly. General Atomics proposed the modular emails on Type 45 for launching drones. Thoughts? I haven't really heard of that one. There have been lots of modular options to put forward for the Type 45 and for the Queen Elizabeth class for launching drones. The reality I often ask is, what do we need those drones for? What are those drones doing? Because the question is, if the Type 45 is working with the carrier, it's better to have the system on a system for a carrier. And we have looked at various things. There's been the Ark Royal project and various things. We're looking at the future of the Queen Elizabeth class. The reality is we're getting towards those things, but also there is the fact that what are we using those drones for? What are we going to have them? Because you have to first work out what you're going to use the drones for before you decide what drones you're going to get, and then once you decide what drones you're going to get, you then know what systems you need to launch and recover them, or if you're going to recover them, and that's the whole thing. So basically, yeah, there are lots of options out there, but until there are firm ideas of what they want things for, my reckoning is actually based on what I've heard coming from not too far away from me, because you might not have heard it, but in Cornwall, one of Cold Rose's, RNAS Cold Rose's, the big naval air station down here's satellite airfield is being turned into the Royal Navy's UAV and UUV and all sorts of things testing ground and testing area. From most of the stuff I've seen talking about going through there, mostly what we seem to be looking at is rotary system, rotary sort of based UAVs. In which case, you don't really need an emails. So it's going to depend on what they do go with and what they say.
I will say, however, that if you're looking for a retrofit system, emails is probably one of the best ways to go. Simplest. Once you have it figured out, it's relatively to steam or hydraulic, pneumatic.
Well, you can't, in the nicest way, but you couldn't put steam on either the Type 45s or the Queen Elizabeth class because they're both gas electric. Mm-hmm. They don't have steam plants. They have. This is the trouble. This is one of the reasons why emails had to be developed. So people don't realize this. It's because of the lack of steam plants. You don't have steam generation.
Don't tell the politicians that they might take it as a challenge.
We'd be back to having steam plants specifically to serve the
catapults.
Catapults. It would be the naval equivalent of train heating boilers on diesel locomotives and electric locomotives, because they've been so used to steam heating in the carriages, because everything's been driven by steam.
No, it's that the new 5-inch guns we're fitting on the next generation Royal Navy ships is going to be muzzle loading.
Oh no.
Anyway, Matthew Blarians, what are your thoughts on the United States Navy forward presence, and given issues with training and maintenance, is there a better system? You actually need to properly fund the U.S. Navy, which means you got to pay more taxes.
Nonsense. That's un-American, paying more taxes. As opposed
Don't get
to
me started.
Greek, where it's un-Greek to pay any taxes, I'm told. Sorry. I'm going to zip off to make room for for more beer or water or whatever. So I is going to zip off for a minute.
Leave a quarter.
I had to go for a quick bio break as well. But in answer to the question, the trouble is, what would you replace forward basing with? Because forward basing is structured to try and minimize the wear and tear of assets and maximize the presence in those areas. Those are the areas you need presence with. So there isn't really anything better that you can do than forward basing. The thing is, though, you need to sustain that forward basing properly. You need to have enough crews that you can do proper crew rotations. You need to have enough personnel that you can do proper things. And one of the things which I keep consistently looking at the US Navy and wondering about is the whole approach to administration that they have for their officers in the Navy, in that they put so much admin on their junior officers. So much. And I always remember the discussion I had with... Who was it?
BJ?
Okay, it wasn't BJ. It was... it's not going to be someone I'm going to name, because if I'm not sure they're still in the service. But it was about 20-odd years ago, when they were a lot junior than they are now. And... must have been 20... It must have been nearly 20-odd years ago, because I think I was in my second year of university.
Wow.
So I was... so I'm 38 this year. I would have been 20. So nearly... it's 18, 20 years ago. And...
Dr. Clarke just knows people. He knows all the people.
I like to chat with people. And one of the things about that he was talking about was a big problem the Royal Navy was going for at the time was asking whether or not the paperwork was valid. Because was the paperwork taking the place of a captain doing a captain's job?
Mm-hmm.
And was the reason the captain couldn't do that job and needed paperwork to do that job because the captain himself was loaded down with too much paperwork? And so you had to almost go through every single level and go, do we still need this form? Does it serve a valid purpose? And if so, does it need to be filled out by this person, or does it need to be checked by this person? Can it be filled out by a writer? Can it be filled out by someone else? And the thing is, the people I've worked with in the US Navy will tell you they haven't even started that conversation. The Royal Navy's been having that conversation internally for about the last 25 years. And they are nowhere near perfect. They are nowhere near perfect. Please don't. But they've at least been having the conversation. The US Navy hasn't yet started having the conversation.
Yeah, I remember when Jingles was essentially giving a very brief explanation of what a writer was and what that role was. And I don't know if it was as a part of his explanation or afterwards, but my thought walking away from it was we need to kidnap about 36 of the Royal Navy's writers and then stand up a writer's billet in the USN and probably the USA and probably the US.
Well, that's the thing.
Well, we'll have to teach them how to speak Crayon Unga Bunga, but we'll probably try and stand up one of the Marines, the ones that got the bonehead.
The thing is, the Royal Navy's had the writers around for a long, long time because the Royal Navy's traditionally had officers who there are a lot of historians. It's very fashionable amongst some of my colleagues to go back and diagnose Royal Navy officers with dyslexia. And speaking as a dyslexic, I find that a bit strange. Because it's difficult enough to diagnose a dyslexic when in person, rather than seeing going several hundred years ago when handwriting styles and everything were very different, and say apply modern techniques. But the thing is, what I would say is the Royal Navy's had a long period of going, we want officers to be officers. We don't necessarily need them to be admins. There's a reason I've got a video coming up which is leadership versus management, the Admiralty. There's a live booked in for a Thursday coming up. I'm not sure when it is, but it's literally nice. It's a bit literally labelled in for that. I think it's it might be even January the 30th. And
can I show it? Can I show it as an instructional video to my leadership at work?
It might well be, because it's going to delve into the history of the Admiralty and why the Admiralty comes about and sets up the Sea Lords the way they do. And why they have the very clear departments they do have, and why you have the first Sea Lord is in charge of operations, the second Sea Lord is in charge of personnel, and Lord help the first Sea Lord if they interfere in the second Sea Lord's area. And then you have the third Sea Lord's area. And it's kind of interesting because people go, well, the first Sea Lord's in charge of them. I go, yes. But they're first amongst equals on the Admiralty board, not necessarily in charge of them. Whilst they outrank them and are technically senior to them, when the board meets, they are first amongst equals, not in charge. It's not I am telling you or the rest of the board what to do scenario. It's I am convening the board, now we will discuss what to do scenario. But that evolved over centuries. Senator Kinnear, how would you refit a Roman Quinquereme with modern weaponry to be used in either modern or ancient combat?
Well, the first thing you can do is replace the easiest way to do it, to be blunt, is to replace the personal arms of the crew. That's the easiest way to do it. Give them some shoulder-mounted launchers of whatever variety you wish to have. Give them some light machine guns.
Okay.
Give them some small arms. Well, the shoulder-mounted launcher is basically for obliterating opposing combatants.
I think you could probably get a decent 20mm cannon to replace some of the ship-mounted artillery.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But I'm saying the easiest way to do it would be and also you'd probably get more powerful anti-shipping options from having a bloke with a Carl Gustav show up and be like, aha, unleash the power of recoilless gun.
Or and just hear me out, you could put about 8 M2 Brownings down each side, and all you have to do is just hose out the inside of the captured vessels. Once you have, let Maudu speak.
I mean,
That's exactly what I was going to say. I would go American and equip it with lots of 50 cals.
I mean, you could do that, but like I said, the reason why I was erring on the side of caution against that is that, given how battles in the Roman era tend to be fought, having personnel arms as a more flexible weapon that you can more easily use to
No, hose them down with 50 cals. It'll go straight through the wood.
Yeah.
And the through, and probably the wood on the other side.
I mean, if you want to,
you want to be 50 cals firing tracer.
Oh, hey, Cody 88 has got an excellent suggestion, and I'm gonna follow up with mine. Just give him a couple of Mark 19s as well. And if you really want to be cruel, you can give him either an octuple pom pom or a quad Bofors.
No, not triple pom pom.
That's going to be too much weight.
They weigh a lot. No, the point about the 50 cals is that, as the Americans demonstrated from certainly World War II onwards, you can slap them on just about anything, and the wooden structure of it should have enough strength to take fitting a 50 cal onto it to absorb the recoil.
Yeah.
Don't know enough about the Mark 19 grenade launcher. Just too modern for me. Yeah.
So, the Ramal. Why didn't the US designate the Buckley and Evetts destroyer escort classes frigates, since they had 3-inch main guns? Because the US Navy was obsessed with escort destroyers rather than having frigates, and it was only a later reorganization, which also reclassified destroyer leaders as cruisers, that led to them getting frigates when they decided to harmonize with the rest of NATO.
Yeah, that was it. Was a classification thing. The US didn't operate frigates until, like Dr. Clarke said, they reorganized what exactly they were calling.
What's really funny is they did actually technically operate frigates in World War II, because they operated some frigates built for them by the Commonwealth, the British and the Australians, and yeah, they actually did call them frigates, I think. Or they were going to claim they didn't call them destroyer escorts.
Technically, Constitution was still in service as well.
Yes, but again, the US Navy got very weird about the phrase frigate, which is why I was thinking, fun if they had called battle cruisers frigates instead of battle cruisers, just think of the history and how that changes things. Because the US Navy's obsession with frigates would probably mean that A, they would have built them earlier because they're called frigates, and B, you'd end up Washington Treaty with battleships being one category and frigates being a different category, because the US Navy, the US Congress, and their political obsession with the idea of the frigate. If it was the battle cruiser that had been called a frigate, the US Navy would actually got them. Because
yes, types.
I'm going to answer Knight's next question quickly and succinctly, and then we'll move on to IKBs. Knight 6831, question 172. Would it be accurate that USN capital ships naming for the Fords will always be political, as the Fords number 5 and 6 were named and it was received poorly? They are trillion-dollar assets. There was no way the naming for those vessels, especially as they are flagship assets, was never going to be political. You will not get around it on a trillion-dollar plus asset. The new IKB 4472. How does the RN evolve if the Isle of Purbeck oil field comes online in 1905, giving the fleet a supply of fuel oil at home? Jackie Fisher is not going to have any issues with the speed part of his speed protection firepower problem.
I think at that point, the odds are, whilst HMS Dreadnought herself might not be oil-fired, although if it was coming online in 1905, considering when she was launched, they might design her to be completely oil-fired to sit with it if they know it's coming online.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me, given that we know that the Russians had also been experimenting with oil firing.
But the thing is, if you start with an oil-fired dreadnought, then she's probably going to be about 20. It probably would end up being a 24-knot ship because of the effective oil fire, even combined oil burners on rather than what she was. So, well, that would be interesting for starters, because if dreadnought is 24 knots rather than 21 knots as a top speed, then that changes everyone's kind of position. Because if she's oil-fired and 24 knots. Suddenly, a lot of ships become a problem if that's your entry level. If your entry level is now 10, 12-inch guns and 24 knots of speed, I'm just thinking the American ships, the American sort of semi-dreadnoughts, might not even get called semi-dreadnoughts.
Just for those who aren't from the UK, the Isle of Purbeck is in Dorset on the south coast. It's actually where Bovington, where the tank museum is.
Mm-hmm.
There is also really, really good ice cream from there, and I've basically spent the entire time we've been answering this question going, but will it affect the ice cream? Because if that would be too big a greater cost if the Isle of Purbeck ice cream was affected, because they are the ones who have been at the Chalk Valley History Festival and who provide their ice cream with dinosaur-shaped chocolate sticks to go in.
And if that got cancelled, you and I would go to war. That would be just that's the entire reason you and I go to Chalk Valley for. We go there not for the history. We go there for the ice cream with dinosaurs.
But now, guys, listen. I'm going to make it better. I think if this happens in 1905, you will never know that this ice cream could have existed.
Well, there goes the neighborhood.
You nice way run on that. That's not a good thing. And if you ever come, we will take you to come here. We will take you to Chalk Valley, and you will enjoy that ice cream as well. And you will also realise why that wouldn't be a good thing.
Yeah.
Anyway, Black Horse. Was Halsey the right admiral to lead the U.S. in World War II in 41, 42, 43, and 44?
What were the other options?
If that, and if nothing else, the U.S. Navy was a little short on flag officers who were willing to talk to the press without the press being in positional compliance positions, and also were made of, excuse the phrasing, piss and vinegar. So from nothing else, Halsey was a good admiral to have on the roster during especially 41 and 42 and arguably 43.
Put it this way. Halsey is enough of a complication personality-wise that if Nimitz wasn't sure he was the best option, he wouldn't have been using him.
Honestly, I think the problem is he missed too much of 43 and parts of 44, and I subscribe to the theory that he didn't keep up with some of the changes to the way that things were happening. But I think early on in the war he was great, and then I think he went kind of out of circulation for a bit, and when he came back things had changed and he didn't have, to be fair, he didn't have a chance to catch up.
I think the pace of war was tight for everyone. I think there are very few officers who adapt the whole way through. They all have their issues.
Very true.
Totally. But I think later on in the war he gets to be more questionable as a choice. But
even then, the trouble is when you look at the size and the scale of fleets you're coordinating, and what's his real role is almost, who else are you going to put in charge of them?
Oh no!
That's the problem.
I can't tell you who I'd put in instead. I think really that's the key thing, because the other good people were pretty much all already being used to the max, and I think the fact that they were swapping them over was, him and Spruance was the right thing. It's just, it's the idea is like, from what people have said, things like that he didn't run his staff as well as he could have done, and a few other things like that. But
It's always good to. I also think that a lot of the stuff against Halsey is because of his prominence, but also because in hindsight, someone can always suggest of something better. The question you always have to ask is, are they making the best decision with the information they have available at the time? And it's like that captain on the Britannic. He was making the best decision he could with the information he had available at the time. The fact that information was incomplete or wrong is the issue. Colin Cameron, was there ever a ship built that if it fired a significant amount of its munitions would have adversely affected its stability?
German destroyers.
There were always discussions about HMS Agincourt. There were the Santa Trinidad, a few other ships. They do often flirt with the edges of stability, but often they work calculations. The good example, of course, though, is the Swedish Navy, and they're trying to build ships which have all the same guns and have multiple decks of them. And they've turned it into one of the world's premier places, wrecks to go and visit. But both me and Dan, while wandering around it, were thinking probably the same thing. This is an example of why you don't do this.
Mm-hmm. Right, gents. I am going to have to love you and leave you. Yeah, I am absolutely cream crackered.
Go on, take care.
I'm going to need to go in a minute as well.
I'll probably see Dr.
How
Clarke
many
tomorrow.
How many questions do you have left, Renan?
Goodbye, folks.
Well, of course, Fleet is leaving exactly before the questions. Laser targeted for him. 15 total.
Hosh versus SMS Monarch in Louvain in 1900. And Carl Gasberg, I think I'm going to ask Dragon to take that for Fleet for tomorrow for ramblings, because I think that's far better. So if Dragon is in the chat still, which he was earlier, I think, could he please pick them up?
And also, because I had the bad form to miss this when it happened about 30 minutes ago, thank you, the He-Fish, for resubscribing for 2 months.
Thank you. Concam, was there... So we've answered that one. We've answered this one. We said Dragon. Please, if Dragon's not in the chat, can... Bruno, can you send it to Dragon? I'm sure you have the contact details. Bowman Boy. If drones force a return to two-seat fighters for the 6th generation, will the Royal Navy restart the tradition of the Observer being superior to the pilot? The Observer wasn't superior to the pilot, but sometimes they did outrank them. There was, in nicest way, the thing is, the Observers were the core of the, because of the way the dual ranking in both the flying rank and the naval rank worked in the 1920s and 30s. The Observers, who were entirely part of the Royal Navy, often had a far clearer promotion path, and therefore were critical to development things. And you have people like Michael Clapp, who was an observer, who become squadron commanders and go on to become commodores in the Commodore in the Falklands War, etc. They are it's an interesting scenario. Basically, I don't think there will probably be scenarios again where the observers outrank their pilots, and there will be scenarios where you have observers ending up as squadron commanders again in that scenario, because you also have that scenario still happening in the helicopter floors. Observers can become squadron commanders, and the Royal Navy doesn't operate a scenario that you automatically have to be a pilot to be a squadron commander. You can be an observer.
But I think the other point about it is it's to do with the differentiation of roles, and it's different from the idea which you get in the Air Forces more, I think, where the pilot is kind of the captain of the aircraft model, which I think you get particularly in like the big multi-engine bombers of World War II. That because with carrier aircraft it's normally a smaller number of crew. It's to do with what the role is. So you could have, in a sense, the backseater might be the mission command, might be a mission commander for the whole multiple aircraft, and might be the one doing the if you're not on just on a strike, they might be the one doing kind of gathering the reconnaissance, making sure you're gathering the right reconnaissance data or something, whilst the pilot is the one flying the machine and normally deploying the
do you want me to help you out? Because the Royal Navy have a great joke, which is what they call the helicopter pilots in the anti-submarine warfare mission. They call them the cab drivers. Because if you know, the reason they get called is because the observers in the back who are listening on the sonars and doing all the work, they're directing where the aircraft goes. So all the pilot doing is flying the aircraft where he's asked to take it. So it's literally they are the cab drivers. They're driving the cab. And they're taking the observers where they need to go to do their anti-submarine warfare operations. And so that's to an extent the thing that was the interesting thing when you look at the development of naval aviation doctrines in the 20s and 30s, because the Royal Navy has control of the observers, and the observers therefore are to an extent writing the Royal Navy's doctrine because they're more wedded into the naval service. They're more easily part of the Royal Navy service. They're not split in terms of who's controlling their promotions and their advancement. They, to an extent, the Royal Navy starts to treat aircraft as tools rather than the thing themselves, the thing in itself, if that makes sense. They are tools of accomplishing the mission. They aren't the capability of the mission.
I think the thing is you've got the idea coming from kind of World War One scout or fighter pilots of kind of the modern cavalryman on his horse, and kind of that model. And then you got the idea of we're an independent strategic air force, certainly with the Royal Air Force, and the US Army Air Force wanted to do this and was constrained, and so they're wanting to be different, and it's big and it's important and everything, and it's all about the flying it. Whereas for the navies, it's always been, this is a tool and it's a ship. And there's nothing saying somebody is just the pilot of the ship is not, or pilot of an aircraft is not it doesn't diminish their job or the difficulty of it or the independence they have within that role. In the same way that a tank driver is expected to read the terrain and go and know and work out how to get where the commander wants them to go.
Mm-hmm.
You are, and and it scales up from that. It's like, so even if the observer is the kind of one looking at the bigger picture and says we need to be over there, the pilot's the one who's going to work out how to get over there, unless he's asking the backseater for the navigational advice. But it's that the backseater might be the one who's going, well, the enemy's there, but we're going to send a couple of our drone buddies over there to kind of catch them in a pincer. And if we just make sure that a couple of our other guys are further ahead, so we're hanging back slightly, so so they can absorb any, incoming fire. But the way that this is all going to work out, we want to ultimately end up over there, which is why we're going there instead of over there. But it's going to be the pilot who works out how to get over there, if that makes sense. So it's the working together, and this kind of idea that it's a strict hierarchy and it's kind of master and servant, I think is really wrong. The whole point about it is it's supposed to be a partnership. Would be my thought on that one. And now I just want to stay, if nothing else, for the what's the most interesting destroyer you know about, and why is it interesting? From Steve Clarke.
Mm-hmm.
Because there are so many.
That is the trouble. I'm sitting here going, I've literally written books on destroyers. I can't pick one. That's like trying to ask me to pick between between my children. If I had children, that would be like asking me to pick which one is my favourite kid, or asking me now to pick my favourite cousin.
It's Eskimo by a lot.
No. There's also Nubian, and then there's Cossack, and there's Afridi, and there's There's a Shantae and all they do, and it's just there's so many.
Actually,
and there is that's before we get onto some of the really really interesting ones, Sikh and Somali and what they get up to, and there's just so many. They all do so much sort of, and it's like my favorite cousins, Emma, every time.
I'll give my answer. It's Zubian because it's 2 destroyers cut in half, or with one with the stern blown off, one with the bow blown off, and then stuck together.
Yeah.
I love the way people are. I just looked up because there's some questions coming in about Type 45s and things like this, and I quickly went to a site which I have with information where I go to get information on Type 45, Navy Lookout, to just check some things before the questions come in, and there are people debating as to where the Royal Navy should fit the Sea Scepter system and putting their whole ideas on that they're putting into on Type 45s. The fact is, the designs were remade. The Type 40, they're actually having the Sea Scepter installed. So why they're still trying to debate and offer their opinions where it should be going in today, the most recent comment saying this, when you're on the second destroyer having it installed and they're installed in the same place, I think some people really need to go and check. And it actually, even in the article above, says they've installed it already here, and here's where it is. It's just fun. So yeah, destroyers. Most interesting destroyer you know about, and why is it interesting?
I think you two are going to have to pass on this one.
There's just too many. There's too many. Yeah, I would never finish. Andrew Campbell. What are there some good sources?
It is an opportunity to put a shameless book plug in.
Thank you.
This is my paperback edition as opposed to my hardback edition.
The fact that you have both is very, very kind of you.
I need to get the paperback
with the table that actually included a freebie.
Don't get me started. It was Nubian.
Anyway.
Oh, Nubian. Sorry.
I'm going to assume that Andrew Campbell is looking for historical sources. But what are some good sources for Torpex, and how effective was it for anti-submarine warfare when introduced? As I recall, Torpex was some pretty hot stuff, and it was also very, very stable.
Yeah, it's NavWeps. Has quite good stuff about a load of those.
You're basically looking for books by either Robert Gannon or Colin Baxter. Colin Baxter's one is The Secret History of RDX. Robert Gannon's is Hellions of the Deep, Development of American Torpedoes in World War II. I would tell you with both, and including if you manage to look up the US Navy Bureau of Ordnance's report, which is... Can I get the actual link to it? There is a link I can stick in the... I'll stick as a response to this. So it'll be on... if you go to the... you should find this link to this, which is the Iblio.org link to the US Navy Bureau of Ordnance report on torpedoes. Always fun to read. But I would say one of the things you're going to struggle with Torpex is finding out good quality, accurate information, because if we consider there are modern torpedoes which still use versions of Torpex.
As a reminder to the court, the Mark 14, albeit under a different name, but it was largely the same torpedo, was in use up till the 70s in the U.S. Navy?
Yeah.
Pretty much it was in use of until we could get a wire-guided / acoustically homing torpedo that had the same range. E.g. the Mark 48.
And the torpedo which I'm talking about, which uses it, is the Stingray for the Royal Navy.
And
which
then
is
also
very much still in active use.
Most governments get really, shall I say, concerned when it comes to letting the
Explosives of
public
that powerful
formulations. Yeah, the formulations of such explosives as well as their manufacturing processes for these very, very high yield explosives out in the wild. First Amendment need not apply in this particular one.
Okay.
If you're American.
Yeah.
Lions. I have been rereading Raven's Flag by Glenn Stewart, and in this book, you find out that they have historical Royal Navy vessels have had 4 Corgi colonels on board. Do you think this should be adopted as a current Royal Navy capital ships? And which dog breeds would you suggest for other nation ships?
I would wholeheartedly support it for all Navy ships because just from the sheer joy of what those corgis would actually cause, and the sheer absolute terror of various chief petty officers at the thought of all that corgi fluff getting into their computers, it would be joyous to watch. Which dog breeds would you suggest for other nations? Well, what dog breed would you pick for the American Navy?
Labs.
Yeah, but so many people are going to want the Labrador.
Yeah, but okay.
I think
Okay,
the
Chesapeake.
Canadians
Here.
may
Chesapeake Bay Retriever. It's a golden retriever variant.
Okay.
And their food. They're reasonably smart. They get along with just about anyone, and they're exceptionally food motivated.
Because the trouble with the Labrador is it's actually it was they first were bred in the UK from St John's water dogs and that were imported from Newfoundland and bred selectively from them by, I think it's
Chat, please,
the Earl of
chat, do
Home?
not stop. Chat, do not put in how to make explosives in my chat.
Please don't.
Stop.
We don't need to. Yeah, Andrew Campbell, very nice of you to start putting mixtures in, but please don't. Please don't. I don't need to deal with the Twitter and the YouTube police. Give the USS Chihuahua dogs. There is also the option of a husky. Because that'd be fun. Because imagine the moment they started howling in group.
Oh, God. In an enclosed metal box? Who hurt you?
Well, you realise the US Marine Corps amphibs are going to have a different breed. The amphibs that support the US Marines and amphibious forces are going to have a different breed than that's on the carriers.
Oh, they'll have American Terriers, pit bulls.
I thought bulldogs were the U.S. Marine kind of.
The Marines, as far as I recall, the Marines don't go for the English bulldog.
And what shall we go for the Italians?
Pomeranian.
It's quite hard to work out. What would you put for the Japanese? What would you, the Italians?
The Japanese have those,
Shih Tzu.
what are no, the Japanese have got those big
Shibu
fighting dogs that are banned in the UK. And the Italians, don't they have some interesting mountain dogs?
Well, I would go for the
lion.
Neapolitan Mastiff. If everyone wants to look up a very cool-looking dog, either Spinone Italiano or the Neapolitan Mastiff, both would be pretty darn gorgeous. And then there is the Marimemo Abruzze Sheepdog, which is just gorgeous.
Lions, SSBNs are absolutely capital ships in the in this day and age.
Yes,
they are part.
This is why you need a Husky for a US SSBN tour.
What do you have against U.S. Dolphins? What in the world? Like, at that point...
in the nicest way, the Royal Navy will be having corgis down there. And when you realise the corgi will eat anything, then you realise that this is not going to be good for the submarines. They're in an enclosed space with that digestive system. 4 of them.
Yes, but Dr. Clarke, if you have a Husky on an SSBN, at that point, they might as well just go full Yankee search. They won't be any louder.
Oh, what would the Russians have?
I don't know, something that looks really strong and powerful, but collapses like a wet napkin at the first sign of serious pushback.
I suppose the Germans would have German Shepherds.
Yeah, Belgians would have Malinois.
Oh, the Russians probably have either a Samoyed, or they could have their own Huskies, or they could have a Moscow watchdog.
Or that bear dog. Siberian bear dog. Thing is huge.
Oh.
It's huge and it's fluffy and it's got the power to back up its fluff.
Well, there's also the Caucasian shepherd dog, which is similar to that one and is also
is it black fur?
Massive.
Blackish, black brown fur?
No, I will put a picture of it in the system.
In the chat?
Yeah, in there. Okay. It's gone in.
But I will skip us to Enos Morrison. Are there any major ships in the 18th century that were major tech advances? Which one got the diagonal cross bracing? The steel diagonal cross or the iron? Yeah, diagonal cross bracing.
Wasn't until the 19th century, was it? Wasn't it?
No. 18th century, it's almost more gradual evolution than it is major tech advancements. You're talking about evolution, rather. You need to, before you can make great leaps in technology, you need to get the foundations right.
Yeah, they were perfecting the art because that's where you kind of got the refinements and you found the perfect kind of size, shape, and that's where you end up like the 74s and things like that. Was during that era. So you worked out what actually so because the kind of the evolution is kind of you've got the Vassar type stuff and everything from the 17th century, the 1600s, and they are
there you're working out hull shaping.
Yeah, then you're working out optimizing things like the use, the size, the kind of stuff which actually you can't really work out even in theory because it's going to just be.
And that's in some way because one of the things that happens with technological advances is a lot of that's usually based on theory. Now, theory has to be based on knowledge, and they're still acquiring the knowledge. They're developing it. They're developing the technology, the naval architecture theory, etc., and these sort of things. So you need to have the evolution which you're getting from trial and error and development before you can start having, these are our theories, these are what works, and therefore we can project that this would work, so we can make this jump. Because governments don't tend to like to invest in, and it's in that period we're talking about, it is governments doing all the work. Governments don't tend to like invest in something which is going to fail. The Swedes invested in the Vasa. That was not a good look. People often then bring up the Mary Rose, and you go, well, that's also another problem because that was part of the evolution of a single ship. The Mary Rose actually had quite a good career before she kept being modified and modified and modified, and eventually went over.
Yeah, I mean, she had I'm trying to remember how long a career she had. Was it 30 years?
I think the dog currently, yeah, she did. I think the dog currently pictured in the Discord server is too pretty for the Russian ships.
You know, I mean, that's kind of on Warspite.
That just looks cute and friendly. I could give that a hug. It'll be happy.
That looks cute and friendly?
Yeah.
Yeah, to people that it knows.
Dr. Clarke, you would cuddle anything that goes woof. This is a classic case of if not friend, why friend-shaped?
The scary thing is, to most people, is I usually make friends with them, and they're friendly to me, and everyone else is getting attacked. So I'm still fine.
Everyone else is going. This is a half-starved, rabid, trained attack dog. You know, one of those ones that uses furry landmines, kind of between the two sets of wire, when they're guarding something.
Yes.
that
And it's treating everyone else as if they're food, and it's me is going, hello, I like you. And I'm going,
Okay.
hello, you're cute.
you're getting to do
You
belly
know what-
rubs.
Yes.
You know what they're actually Dan, have you heard about the geese?
Which ones? The Roman ones?
No, I don't know where this was, but I know there's been at least one either medium or high security prison that has had colonies of geese placed in between their fencing.
I mean, I heard this about the British military that because they do their kind of a lot of their working dogs training in Dorset, and so met a couple of handlers when they'd been bitten doing at work or whatever, and they were saying there's kind of about 3 levels of working dog in the military. And one of them is, sadly, it is you only really train them to attack. They are not in any way, shape, or form rehabilitatable, and they are the ones that don't come back from deployments, but they take them to guard bases and use them as a furry landmine. And
those are, I have to put, those are less popular in most nations which have ongoing programs with dogs.
Yeah, no, they're not a good one. But I think they did use them a bit in Iraq and Afghanistan when we had ongoing deployments as a kind of, yeah, but they're basically a furry claymore or whatever. But yeah, they didn't come back. Whereas the other dogs, which are work with handlers, whether they are the specialist drug sniffer dogs or the kind of more you walk around with a dog on, when you're going around.
In the UK, do not usually. The other dogs, they're not usually British, and there is sometimes scenarios that the Americans had them, and again, it's very few. You tend to prefer handler-based dogs because it's going to sound strange. Systems like dogs like that, you can't control them and use them yourself. They're a danger to you as well as them, as well as the others, and that's a problem. That's a risk that you have to deal with, and also. The other thing you have to deal with is they can't be used for covert things, so they can't do covert alerts. And sometimes you want to be able to do a covert alert.
Yeah. Can I make a joke, and I'm going to apologise in advance for it, which means I probably shouldn't say it. But would a USS Runon be something like a conversion, like a Lexington-class carrier?
I'll take it. I'll take it and run.
Okay.
That wasn't what I was going to go with, but I'll take it and run. My answer to this question, it would be
get turbo electric.
Yes. My answer was going to be essentially if I am a combat focused ship, I'm definitely.
You're probably a Zumwalt.
At best. Yeah, a Zumwalt or like the Trimaran LCS if it worked as it said on the tin. That's a key phrase. If it worked
You'd be
as
the only
it said on the tin.
You'd be the only one on the class that worked as it said on the tin, and we'd all be going, okay, so we scrap the rest of the class, we're keeping that one. Why? Because it does its job, and we're not sure why.
This one kind of works.
If I'm going...
whole class is broken.
If I'm going either purely for my namesake or purely for my current attributes / tasking, it would be essentially a rehash of USS Vulcan, but probably with a little bit more nods towards onshore support and a significantly oversized power plant in terms of electrical power.
Can we
John Hegstad,
okay,
to answer John Hegstad's question, currently, if you read the Geneva Convention, there is no specific mentioning of geese. Therefore, they are not currently considered cruel and unusual punishment, and not currently but also by the U.S. Constitution. They're not enunciated as a rule. So, therefore, they are legal.
Until the Canadians
yeah, that's exactly when the Canadian. Usually, what happens with the world as we're writing these things is we wait till Canada actually goes to war. Then after they've come back from war, we look at what Canada did and we rewrite and add on several paragraphs, if not pages, whole chapters. to the listing.
Annexes, appendices, volumes.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
Matthew
The,
Blaine, why were there so few large-scale naval conflicts in the latter part of the 20th century? Where is there the potential future ones? Cold War is the classic. Is the example? It's the Cold War. It's because of the.
I'm gonna sign out now.
Take care, Dan.
Good night. It's been lovely chatting with you all.
Thanks, mate. Literally, it's the Cold War factor. It's the case of when you're. Let me put it this way: you can have land conflicts which can be low level, but the moment you have warships firing at each other, you're in an open war. So you can't do that. So the Cold War basically kept it peaceful.
Yeah,
That's the thing. Naval warfare, once it starts, it started. There is no hiding.
It's relatively easy to disavow small squads or groups of squads, up to like platoon size in their actions. And it's very easy to keep those quiet. It's a whole lot harder when an Arleigh Burke or an OHP or an LCS opens fire on a river class or a Russian vessel or like a Gorshkov. It's a lot harder to say that was not sanctioned in some way, and the diplomatic consequences of that happening are much higher.
That's why we have things like ships ramming each other and all those sort of problems, and people trying to troll their way through task groups, etc. Because whilst you have the level is that much higher when war begins, war is open, but that means that there's a lot more ground below where you don't want to have a war, where you can have interesting grey actions.
It's also why nations like China building a significant number of ice-rated ships is so interesting.
Yeah, they usually build it. It's when they build a lot of 14,000-ton Coast Guard ships. That's when you have to watch out. And I say, everyone, if the Lock class name were to be returned to the Royal Navy, what ship type would the Royal Navy use them for? Well, currently they're at rivers for OPVs, so probably we're looking at something in the OPV sloop corvette range. Hell breaks loose. With Russia militarizing the Arctic, should Norway militarize Svalbard? A second line of hydrophones, Norway-Svalbard agreement. The thing is, Russia's been militarizing the Arctic for quite a while, and Norway's been responding for quite a while. So the question I would ask is, watch the space to see what happens, but it'll be a public announcement of what probably already exists, if I know anything about my experience from Scandinavians, rather than we're going to do it.
Seneca Nero, how would you refit a Roman Quinker Marine to fight in the late age of sail? Gatling guns.
Late age of sail? There's not Gatling guns aren't really available in the Napoleonic Wars.
We had how late? Don't the Napoleonic Wars go far later than I think they do?
No,
because you only have about 100 years between the Revolutionary War. Civil War.
The Gatling gun is invented in 1861. The Napoleonic Wars are pretty much over in 1815.
Oh, I thought they went on for longer than that. They started later and went for longer. Okay. However, they did make a very nasty, I think it was like an 8-barrel or a 7-barrel chain firing, breech loading, black powder deck sweeper.
They have all sorts of fun things. I think so. What they probably have is carronades.
Yeah.
Carronades.
Essentially, if you're going to refit a Roman Quinker Marine, you're going to just equip it with a bunch of deck sweeping guns.
And
what do I need to clear a deck? I'll take that times 20.
I should say that the suggestions for March are currently open and receiving people. So they're open and they're looking forward to people's suggestions. There is actually some questions in there. If you read the whole post, there are some questions in the post for people to answer, including a little beauty contest going on. Just putting it as a heads up.
Please tell me the Hosh is not involved with that.
No. It's do you prefer 5 triple turrets or 4 quadruple turrets? Basically.
Depends on the layout.
Oh, it looks good. Either way, it looks good. So, what's the real difference between 16-inch and 16.5-inch guns? Not really enough. Let's put it this way. If you have 16-inch guns in service, you're not going to go through the cost to upgrade to 16.5-inch. They're not. It's not enough of improvement to justify it. If you have a choice between going to 16 or 16.5-inch and you are on 14 or 15-inch, it's probably worthwhile going to 16.5-inch because it's just a little bit better in every single way. But it's not a massive difference. Okay? It's a slightly bigger shell. It's a slightly longer range. It's a slightly. It's not enough to justify going, oh, yeah, I'm going to go down. I've got 16-inch gun chips. I will go for a 16.5-inch gun. It's like when I do Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts, even though that's a computer game, because of my historical studies, etc., if I'm 16-inch guns already in service, I will not put in 16.5-inch. If I start off with 16.5-inch guns, I will keep the 16.5-inch and I won't drop down to 16-inch. Because of the value, because that's, what works logistically.
KVG, if you're sticking around, Dragon has grabbed your question and will present it tomorrow.
Excellent. Black Horse, were the DD tanks a good idea? Yes, they were. And how did Navy feel about them? That they were a useful addition to an amphibious assault. And how often they were used? Not that often, mostly for river crossings post Dunkirk, post the Normandy invasion. They were a good idea because you needed to get armour ashore quickly, and they were a way to get armour ashore quickly when you hadn't yet secured the beach enough for the bigger landing ships to really run in. The thing is, the Royal Navy, the British basically go, hang on, the weather's bad, let's keep on the ships and run the ships in, and if we lose the ships, we lose the ships, but we're trying to get the tanks ashore. The Americans went, we're still going to try and execute a plan. And that's why they get the legacy of being a bad thing, but basically that's all due to a whole lot of people making decisions with the information they had at the time and making the best decisions they could with the information they had at the time, and the fact that they didn't have necessarily a complete picture, because in organising something as large as the Normandy, as Operation Overlord and Normandy landings, guess what? With that many people involved, everyone's going to get all the information they need. Bummy Boy, what would the navies of the world look like if the boiler and steam engine had never gone to sea? Basically what we've discussed already earlier, it would look very much like the end of the Napoleonic Wars, maybe looking like HMS Warrior by about now, with ironclad. But you have to remember, sort of ironclad.
No. If this is just where the boiler and the steam engine are never navalized, if they are still in existence and their land-based counterparts are as written, then it would look like the Napoleonic Wars until you got reliable internal combustion engines large horsepower internal combustion engines up and running, and then it would tick forward into Dreadnought era.
Yeah, but that's probably going to be it without the ships getting it, because the ships are the industrial hub for quite a lot of the period, the big industrial centres. That's probably going to delay that for a while, because if you look at the big industrial firms which push forward those technologies and the engineering systems that push forward those technologies, most of them are earning their money from from navies. I'm sorry to ask, where do we submit these questions? When it's open, you submit them into chat. But we have Powder Monkey, and it gives you all the things, and that's how it works. That's how it works. The he-fish. Basically, when this lovely orange bar is not down, is sort of gone, it's open for questions to be submitted.
I will grant you some grace if you want to test it out to see if the bot responds to you, which it should, but and I'll schloop up one question from you. Uno, because I'm nice like that.
Yes, Runon is very nice. Bug Guy 29, would the angled flight deck and side elevator make much of a difference in a pre-World War II area? Not really. Side lift would make a difference in terms of hangar capacity. Angled flight deck, not really necessary.
Would an angled flight deck would an angled flight deck aid continuous loop operations? So you could
Not
have
re-
landing and takeoff occurring at the same time?
thing is, the aircraft aren't landing at a certain speed, so they're going to break past the barrier, so you can maintain the continuous operations without the angled flight deck. Let's be honest, you can catch a swordfish.
I thought you needed the rear lift to stage aircraft from the hangar.
Depends on whether
Or
you're
was
doing
that
American
wrong?
or British operations.
Because, like, as I
That's
understood
that's,
it,
has to do with your carrier, your structuring of your operations. That's an organizational thing, not a technical thing.
okay,
If you're
'cause
launching,
as I
if
understood
you
it,
want to arrange for an alpha strike and do a full carrier strike, then you need the rear area to launch from. But that even affects if you have an angled flight deck, that's still going to take up space. Because if you're trying to do rapid launch and you've got all the aircraft arranged on deck to quickly launch them as quickly as possible to launch a whole strike, that's fine. But if you're doing continuous loop operations, then frankly, yeah, you can do it without it.
okay. What was the front lift typically used for?
Usually that's
Staging?
aircraft. That's usually aircraft going up to the catapult, and upper lifts. It's the aircraft going down. But the thing is, you'd also have a scenario that sometimes you might have aircraft stored in the after hangar, and it's just easier to take them up the back aft lift, and sometimes aircraft are stored at the front of the hangar, and it's just easier to take them down the front lift because of where the aircraft in the hangar are parked. It's different spaces to get access to the hangar. There's a theory of how they should be used, and then there's the reality of how they're used. Thanks, Stafford.
All right, and unless the he fish wants to throw something in there before we button it up, we're looking at right at 4 hours on the nose.
How many questions do we have left?
That's Bud Guy's the last question.
Goodness gracious me, 4 hours on the nose.
We're at 3 hours, 55 minutes, and just shy of 30 seconds.
Oh,
So,
God.
you figure you do the closing matter, it's going to take up 5 minutes, give it to
Yeah.
4 hours on the nose.
Well,
Just because I'm curious, because I'm seeing consistent but slightly wacky results from over on YouTube. How have ads been for those of you that are ad supported?
maintain a fairly standard set the whole way through. Look, according to the
Jonathan
the
Moon,
system,
why would you say such a horrendous? I'm trying to think of how that works mechanically, and I'm just going no, so much no.
there are so many issues with that.
For those of you who aren't on Twitch, Jonathan Moon has said, "Why one angled deck when you can have two?"
Oh yeah, don't get me started. But yeah,
I'm not even certain how that would work.
what I would say is we've stayed fairly constant in about the 70 to 80 category of viewers the whole way through on YouTube tonight. So I don't think the ads have been wacky at the beginning, but being better since Doctor fixed them. Since I complained about them, yeah. No ads for some people. About every 30 minutes for John. Yeah. It's
Lions. What are you getting for that Y ship deck?
Fish, that sounds more to me like you are trying to recreate the helicarrier. And Phil Williams, 3 ads for you. If that's so, if you've been watching for roughly 90 minutes, that should be about right. Roughly, it's roughly in any 90-minute period you should have roughly 3 ads.
Phil, did you get gifted a membership? Phil, you shouldn't have gotten any ads. You're a member. At least I think that's how memberships on YouTube work. Maybe it's not, but
it is on Twitch, but it's not necessarily on YouTube. YouTube gets a bit weird. This is why I have 2 levels of membership on my channel, because one is set at a level at which people just get the memberships, they get to support the channel thing, and one set at the level which apparently is supposed to be enough money they stop the ads. As I understand it, I could be completely wrong, and please correct me in the comments if I am, because I have been trying to read the system, and YouTube send me videos, they send me emails, they send me huge long things, and I read through them as best I can and try and take it all in. But then another one comes out which seems to say completely opposite of what the previous ones just told me, and I get confused. And even me, and I would not. I, as you all know, I say getting a PhD is not about being smart; it's about being stubborn and all sorts of things. But I would say, having survived and got a PhD in war studies, I would, and done all the stuff I've done, I'd say my reading comprehension skills are pretty darn high. If it's confusing even me, then I think there's something going wrong. Anyway, thank you everyone for your support. Thank you, Runon. Thank you for staying here the whole way through, and the lovely Powder Monkey, which does all the sorting out of the questions to make this all viable. Thank you to Dan and Fleet for joining us. Thank you everyone for watching. It's always fun to be joined by you. I hope you've answered answered many of your questions we can. As said, currently on the Patreon, which you find a link to below, in both Twitch and YouTube, you can suggest you can become a member, you can suggest topics for March 2025, and then you'll be able to vote for topics, because that's how membership on Patreon works. You can suggest topics, and I put in updates when I'm writing, and when I'm doing stuff I do put in updates. Don't always remember them, but yeah. We've had 1,000 messages today in Restream chat. We had 1,000 messages today, which is really cool. Over the 4 hours. And yeah, I would add to all of that, we also have a Discord server, which is a lovely place to go and chat and enjoy. And Steve Clarke, glad to hear you survived, you're okay. And yeah, thank you to everyone for being here, for helping us, for supporting us. And any quick questions in the chat before we go? I'm just going to say, quick questions in the chat. If there's someone who's a burning question which they would really need answered before we go, put in the chat quickly now. And I'll see if I can...
Changing a light bulb does not make you an electrician.
No,
I am not running a Minecraft server.
Yes, you are running a Minecraft server. We've already decided.
No, I am not.
You're going to be the admin for the Minecraft server. And it's going to be fun. If there's a carrier named after William Howard Taft, what should be its displacement? 100,000 tons. So basically it'll be a Ford class.
But it's the Taft.
It would be the Taft. It would need to be bigger. It should be bigger, but it's going to be. It would be a Ford class as they go for one. They haven't done a USS Taft, have they? Gotta look one up. I looked that up. USS Taft.
Knight, I would rate that as highly improbable. You can run it, Dragon. You're welcome to run it. I won't stand in your way at all.
There have been no ships named for Taft as far as I can see. Which I find... yeah, the Taft doesn't have it. Neither has Harrison, though, or Tyler, or Taylor. Fillmore's not had any naval vessels named after them. Pierce hasn't. Johnson hasn't.
No, Team U. No.
Yeah. What's Team U doing to scare you now? Yeah, it'll be fun. It's going to be fun. It'll be a fun server, and as I said, there's going to be challenges like we're going to try and build a ship. I think Drac would probably build Warspite. I'm probably going to build a Tribal, and Fleet's going to try and build a Hosh, and we're going to have to fight the Ender Dragon. And what's even better is Runon's going to make sure that's all going to possibly possible with some coding and some work. You know, just a few mods to run. It'll be fine.
Have I done something to offend you?
Anyway, would the Royal Navy call a ship HMS Improbable? No. That'd be weird. And yeah. So anyway, thank you very much, everyone. Take care. Jonathan Moon, I'll head the HMS Dreadnought 1905 team. That sounds cool, Jonathan. That really sounds good to have that. And the other option, of course, will be that instead of attacking the Ender Dragon, we all just turn our guns on Hosh.
No, if for some reason I manage to be emotionally manipulated into running this godforsaken abomination of a computer program, I am going to make it so that regardless of what ship fleet builds, it will just be, to him it will look perfectly fine. To everyone else, it will be a black box that encompasses the entire volume of the ship that just says censored written on all of its faces.
Oh.
And it will always pull aggro.
Anyway, take care, everyone. Thank you for watching, and hope you enjoyed. And again, thank you to everyone who's been here. Take care. I shall mind Bush emotion beforehand. Hello, tuppets. Take care. You volunteered when everyone else took one step to the rear. Yes, that was the thing. You know, you just stand tall, Runon. You stand tall.
Listen, it's not my fault. I'm 6'1".
Take care, everyone.
Trust me.
Thank you.
I'd rather be 5'8".
Thank you very much, everyone. Take care, and yeah, there can be post 1945 ships. We'll pay you an iron brew cans. Oh, fun times. Take care.
Hey, at $2 a can, that's more than my employer values my efforts.
Ay, caramba. Right. Take care, everyone. Have fun, and we'll stop torturing Runon for one evening. Until we do set up the Minecraft server. I think it could be part of next Christmas Historiathon. That'd be fun. Especially if it could be a week-long thing. Take care, everyone. Thank you. I think we might have broken Runon.
Joke's on you. I was already broken.
Ay, caramba.